Welcome to another game of Symbaroum, the Swedish dark fantasy role-playing game. Apologies for being a bit late. We had some trouble with a character sheet that didn't want to do stuff that we wanted it to do. But anyway, now we are here. So welcome to Dark Corners of the Heart, tonight's Symbaroum one-shot. In this game, we have 4 players who will be introducing their characters very soon, as usual. And this is another game of Symbaroum. If you do not know how to play Symbaroum and how the rules work, there is a link to a short video that I did explaining the rules and just going through the very basic what you need to understand to basically play Symbaroum. I'll be also doing character creation videos and videos about the setting itself. But for now, let me tell you a few words about the setting. So Symbaroum is a setting where the civilized humans came from a land called Berendoria, which was destroyed in a massive war against a dark power that used the dead to do its bidding. The land was corrupted, even though the people proved victorious and this dark power was slain. They had to move north through the Titanstone Mountains and come to a new land and build a new kingdom here, a kingdom that they called the Kingdom of Umbria, which means the Shining One. The young queen Corinthia, victorious in the war, but heavily injured by the Dark Lord and his minions, chose to wage war against the barbarian clans who laid claim to this land and pushed many of them to the north, wiped out some of them, and made treaties with others. And now this land, and for the last 20, 25 years, ever since this conquest, has been relatively peaceful. There is a large forest to the north, the northern border of Umbria, a great forest that holds the old and ancient civilization of Symbaroum. Old ruins filled with weird magic and great riches, ruins that draw treasure hunters and mercenaries and such. Many of those do not ever return, because the forest of Davokar, which is hiding the old ruins of Symbaroum, holds also the great evil, this mysterious power that has laid low mighty Symbaroum, the great empire, about 1,000 years ago. In this adventure, however, we are not venturing into the actual forest of Davokar. Instead, this is set in the province of New Berendoria, the most westernmost province of this very kingdom of Umbria. New Berendoria is mostly a windswept plains, not particularly fertile, and it is ruled over by Duke Kohinoor. Kohinoor is Queen Corinthia's uncle. He was brother to the Queen Corinthia's father, the great battle king Indar, who was killed by the Dark Lord and his minions. Some say Duke Kohinoor is not very happy with his with the fact that his niece has taken the throne and the crown, and not him, who is the brother of he was the brother of the king, or is still the brother of the slain king, but so far he has not done much to threaten the peace. Now, it is early spring, and the winter in New Berendoria was long and hard. Snow is still lying on the ground in many places, and the nights are still freezing cold. Winter brought a new menace to New Berendoria, a menace known as Frostclaw, some sort of beast or monster that might have ventured out of the dark forest of Davokar, or maybe been produced in some sort of hellish ritual by rogue mystics and mages. However it came to be, the fact is Frostclaw has terrorized New Berendoria for quite a few months, attacking again and again, slaying livestock, slaying farmers, slaying even a group of soldiers sent by Duke Kohinoor finally, when word reached him in his capital of Savona. Those soldiers were never seen again. Now that spring has come, there is a great reward to whoever stops this reign of terror, that Frostclaw, the beast that no one has really ever seen, but it was named that by the people. To end its reign, we have a promise of 100 gold coins to whoever slays this beast. And we have 4 adventurers coming from Thistle Hold, the city of adventurers, all the way to New Berendoria to claim this princely reward. They might all have different reasons for being here, but here they are. And those are our 4 characters who have met each other on the road and have known each other for maybe a few days, maybe a week or so. And they have been traveling to the area where Frostclaw has been most recently sighted, so to speak. And that area is the area around the village of Blackstream, the area in the shadow of the 3 great forests called the 3 Sisters, 3 large patches of forest holding and dominating the center, the very core of the province of New Berendoria. And now let me give our players the chance to introduce themselves really quickly and introduce their characters. And we'll be starting on my very left with Luke, who's playing Dimian of Raven Nest. Go ahead, Luke.
All right, so Damien of Raven Nest, he's a tall, broad-shouldered man. He's got big, thick, heavy armor on. He's got short, cropped blonde hair with some blue eyes. Normally, he's got a full helmet over his face, but he's taking it off to take a quick breath. And on his side, he's got a big sword he's kind of holding in his hand in a sheath. And he stands and he walks very tall, shoulders back, looking up. He's got an air of nobility and kind of riches around him. Seems like he has high standing.
In fact,
as he walks, he kind of just looks around and smells the air.
In fact, he's not walking.
He's riding.
Dimian has a horse. One of the only character in the group that actually has a horse that will carry him. So he is not reduced to actually walking and muddying his fine, shiny cavalry boots.
Mm-hmm. And over top of the armor, he has like a cloak type thing. This goes over the torso. It's all black, and in the middle there's a white raven.
Excellent. Okay, moving over to Micah and his character. Go ahead, Micah. Give us a short introduction.
Hey, my name's Micah. I'll be playing Kaveric for the evening. He's an older, hardy barbarian sort, thick red hair, wearing heavy plate. Various nicks and scars cover his face, and if you could see underneath his armor, would cover his entire body. He's built up this fine collection of cuts and scrapes through his entire mercenary career. And as the group proceeds down the road, he kind of hangs back. His age is clearly beginning to catch up to him a bit. He stares off darkly into the woods. This will be his last job, and then I can retire.
And we all know what that means. All right, and that is Kvarek. Okay, moving over to Philip, who's playing Haloban, another barbarian on this adventure.
Yeah, hello. I'm Philip, and I'm playing Haloban this evening. Rather young and tall and rather lanky guy, clad in a somewhat faded green cloak. You can also see once he puts the hood, which he usually pulls in quite deeply over his face, a bit back, you can see a bit of a red hair. And a rather curious and somewhat scrutinizing look out of, interestingly, a brown and a blue eye.
All right.
Other than that, his most recognizable features are probably that he carries, aside from his trusty walking stick, a small bow with a quiver outside of the cloak, and is accompanied by Fluffy, a also somewhat youngish looking and seemingly domesticated brown bear.
Right, indeed. And yes, Dimian's horse does not quite like Fluffy very much. So Dimian is probably staying, or his horse is staying away a little from Haloban and his companion, so to speak. Okay, and we have last but not least Todor, who is playing, however you pronounce his character, Thoral, I'm guessing.
Thoral, yeah.
Thoral, excellent. Go ahead, please introduce Thoral to us.
Thank you, Alex. My name is Todor, and tonight we'll be playing Thoral, another barbarian.
Yes, we have 3 barbarians and only 1 Embryon, curiously, in this adventure. So we'll see how that goes.
Hailing from the Godinja tribe, if I pronounce that correctly.
Yes,
we pride ourselves that we actually have the elven blood remaining in our veins, and we are quite in tune with nature, even though elves are considered being evil and they corrupted the land and are, part of the reason for this whole thing. But he doesn't care that much. I understand that shadows are important, so whoever can see his shadow, it's like lush dark green with white highlights.
Yes.
And,
So just a quick word to everyone who might be watching. In Symbaroum, every character has what's called a shadow. The shadow is basically the supernatural aura of your character, and it reflects if you are corrupted and what you're if you're more in touch with nature or more in touch with the civilization. So characters that are more in touch with nature usually have shadows that are made of like brown and green and such, natural colors, that is. Whereas civilized characters have metallic colors, bronze and silver and gold and such. And characters who are corrupted have, well, stains in their aura, so to speak. And if the aura ever gets truly black, that means the corruption is taken over and the character becomes an abomination. Some characters out there might be able to see this shadow, but ordinary people cannot perceive it.
So what you see is an extremely average body, not too strong, not too weak, not too agile, but not clumsy as well. He's at the ripe age of 27, so probably is already getting older for this world. Standing tall at 180 and probably about 75 to 80 kilos with all the gear on top of him. He has a huge bow that he hunts with and gives off the idea that he's well, not it's not professional hunter. Yeah, maybe that's just an expression. That's what he does. But what he lacks in physical abilities, he really, you can see it in his eyes that he substitutes with. His eyes just give this sense of being eerily wise and always on the lookout, always checking all details. And he's also really not very a social guy. It's not that he hates everyone, but he gives off that idea of being a jackass just because he hasn't grown into society at all. So basically he is like a social handicapped person. He doesn't know how to act around people. But apart from that, he is a very nice fellow once you get to know him, but it's like a hard thing to do. And as he sees the what was the socialized people, how do they call them? Aurelians? Embryons, all right. As just he sees the embryon, he's like, oh, hey, see friends, a horse torturer arrives or approaches.
Wow, you have been traveling.
Like the idea that, yeah, he's using a beast and he's riding it.
Fair enough. Okay, and that is our group for the evening. We have Haloban, the mysterious barbarian with his not so little bear. We have Kvarek, the older veteran mercenary sword wielder. We have Dimian of Raven Nest, the knight, the embryon, the civilized man in the group, so to speak. And we have Thorel, the ranger, the wilderness expert. So we will see how this pans out. Now, as we are jumping into the adventure, as I said, it is cold. There is a little bit of wind, and you are on the road to the village of Blackstream. The village should only be maybe another mile or two. And so you will be approaching it very soon. You can already see in the distance the furthest northerly one of the 3 sister forests. The 3 forests are named the Crone, the Mother, and the Sister woods. So this must be the Crone woods that you can see from here. A very large forest, but nothing even remotely close to the forest of Davokar, which is a forest that spans nearly a continent. Basically, no one really knows where it ends. However, these are still large forests, not as dark, not as dangerous as Davokar, but they might hold their own dangers. And it is sort of early afternoon at the moment as you are riding or walking down this a little, not specifically well created road, more of a dirt track, really, leading towards the settlement. And as I said, you have heard that the latest attack by the beast Frostclaw, or the latest few attacks, actually, have been happening in this very area.
So what do you think, brothers? This does seem like a good place to spend the night, but with all the trouble lately, it could be dangerous.
Do we know how far out the town is?
A mile or two, so you probably reach it within the hour.
Shouldn't take us long to get to the town. We could just keep going. I'm okay with that.
We should push on. I don't like these woods. There's a bad vibe about them. Always has been.
As much as it pains me to say, you're probably right. We should probably ask the people of this village whether they have seen something or not.
Well, I don't know why I'd pay you for me to be right, but all right.
Okay, you push on, and you very soon spot the outskirts of the village itself. The village itself is surrounded by what looks to be a wooden wall, not very high, nor very thick, really just a bigger type of fence. And it's clearly a village, a medium-sized one with maybe about 50 or 60 houses. There is quite a bit of smoke rising up into the early spring sky, as it is cold, and there is very few people around. The work on the fields has not started yet. You can see the fields around the village are still mostly covered in snow, in large patches. Not like snow isn't everywhere, but there's large patches, especially in all the shadowy corners and as such. There is a few people out, excuse me, but not too many. You only spot maybe a dozen or so shapes moving around in the distance. As you draw closer, you seem to be drawing attention as well. Several of the shapes stop and look your way, and there's a small signs alarm. Several shapes that have been outside the village run in through the door, and the door is closed. Or the gate, I should say. It's really just a large door, not really deserving the name gate, but nonetheless.
It appears we have scared them.
Well, Helleban falls a little bit back and walks right next to Fluffy.
Okay.
And, I'll ride ahead and see what the issue is, if you don't mind.
By all means.
Are we in Ambrian lands or Barbarian lands?
This is Ambrian's lands, yes.
Oh yes, so
perhaps I should.
Berendoria is one of the provinces of Ambria.
So,
But it's like right on the border, right?
Well, yes, it is the westernmost part of Ambria. So there is barbarian lands to the north and to the east. And to the west. So it's on the border. Yes, if you travel for about 2 days, you would basically be or maybe 3 days at the most. You would be in barbarian lands.
So Damien will look back at everyone, nod his head, and kick on his horse, get, and right up ahead to the gate. And he'll hold one hand up as he comes up. Hey, what is the issue here?
You can see two men clad in furs, sheep fur skin, like sheep and goat skins, clutching spears, standing on what looks to be a little platform to the side of the gate, on the other side of the wall, basically peering out. You can see their shoulders and their heads sticking out. They're both bearded fellas with brown hair and brown long hair, and they're looking at you with quite a bit of suspicion. One of them hesitates as he sees you, because you are quite obviously very, very well armed and very well armored, and also have a decent degree of, like, I guess, a decent pedigree, judging by your clothing. And they look at each other a bit confused. And then one of them says, forgive me, sir, who are you? And what brings you here?
Yes, I'm Damien of Raven Nest. I've heard of the issues you are having, there is some sort of reward. I've come with some companions to claim such reward.
Oh, you're coming for the monster,
Yes.
right? They look at each other and say, "You better talk to the elder then."
Well, it would be helpful if you'd open the gate. He kind of says
Of course,
playfully.
of course. What about the others? I mean, is that a bear?
They're good enough folk. They're just a little savage. Kind of.
Right.
But they'll control themselves. I assure you.
You'll keep them in line.
Of course, of course.
Good.
You have my word.
And that beast stays outside, right?
I will try to convince him. Hopefully he will oblige. Is there somewhere we could tie him, as well as my horse?
Oh, the horse can stay. It can come in. That is not a problem. We just don't want that. It's a bear. I mean, we don't want a bear in the village.
It is tame. I've traveled with it a long ways. He can control the bear.
They look at each other. Give me a persuasive check.
Okay.
And you have 2 rolls and taking the higher one because you have the privilege trait.
Okay. And then one more.
Oh, the 18 was probably a fail.
And the 12 was fail.
And 12 was also a fail. Okay. So they look at each other and they go, no, the bear stays outside. It's a bear. We don't want that sort of thing in the village.
All right, this is fine. I'll talk with him about it.
Let me go and let the elder know that you've arrived. And he looks at the other guy. Open the gate for them. And you can see him disappearing out of view, basically, as he seems to be descending some sort of ladder or something.
Yeah. So Damien kind of like runs back to talk to them.
Yeah, you're now approaching. You're only like 100 yards or so away from the gate. At the other 3 of you.
So we are welcomed in, but unfortunately, they will not let the bear inside.
What? What have they against Fluffy?
You have to remember, these people have not traveled with him like I. And if you remember the first time I saw the bear, I was quite terrified. And these people are the same.
Typical Ambrians.
Yes, yes.
Oh well, I guess he can fend for himself a bit.
He will be fine, yes. I don't wish to harm your friend.
Yes, I can assure you, he will not be harmed. However, it will pain him as much as me.
I can stay with the bear if you want.
As much as I would prefer that, I guess I should go with you. We are a group after all.
Now, do you remember when we go into the town? It is a civilized area, so try to mind your manners.
Yeah, I'd rather have stayed with the bear, but I'll try.
The gate is now swinging open. You can see 2 nervous-looking farmers. One of them clutching a spear, the other one clutching a shovel, waiting for you there.
Okay.
Haloban also stays again at the end of the group, and as he's about to go in, he pats Fluffy on the back and on the head and lets him lick his face before Fluffy turns the outskirts of the village and walks a bit towards the forest.
Yeah, Fluffy walks off, groveling, and then just sits down there outside in the field, basically, looking around, scratching the dirt a little. And you enter the village. There's not much to be seen. This is not a particularly rich village. The houses are made of a mixture of basically mud and wood. There's no single building that really sticks out. However, you do spot, as you are walking into the village, there is a trail that leads further on, a road basically that leads seems to be going from the other side of the village, progressing in between 2 of the patches of the forest, and leads further south. This seems to be the only road that seems to be going somewhere from this village. The 2 men close the gate behind you, looking out a little, and then one of them says, the Elder Erok, he will talk to you. He came he's given instructions to offer you some food, or if you want some.
I
Sure.
could
Where
eat.
where is he? Where is Elder Aaron? So I
You know,
can
he's in his hut. He'll be along in a moment.
Okay. Yes, we'll take a quick meal.
Of course. Just come with me, please. They all cast slightly suspicious glances towards the three of your companions. Three fairly obvious barbarians. Although Quarak is one of the Quarak. Well, actually, they're mostly looking at Thorel and Halaban.
Thorol tries to fashion a smile, but it really comes out as like a predator, like grinning.
Right.
And judging by the scared look of the farmers, he'll just put his scarf over his face and, stop trying to interact with them
All
whatsoever.
right. Draw your scarf up, and you're led into a small room inside a building. Your horse is taken over by farmers and led away to put it somewhere and give it some food. And you're served by an older woman, just very simple, basically like a potato broth with a little bit of very hard bread.
Thank you very much, madam.
But it's warm, at least. He says,
Kvarik tears into it, and when he's done, he has little bits of soup running down his beard and little chunks of bread stuck in his beard. Oh, that was good. You have any mead?
I'm afraid not, sir. We
I
could
pull out
bring
my
you
water
some-
skin and start downing.
We
the
could
water.
bring you some milk.
Some milk would be good, yes.
Yes, of course. I'll get some. The older woman walks off to the back and comes back with basically a small water skin filled with milk that she puts on the small table in front of you. And as you are,
Thank you.
as you're,
I downed that as well.
the door opens and you can see an older man, bald on top of his head, with a few like gray hair hanging to the sides, a longish beard, dressed in the sheepskin, as most of the farmers are that you have seen, and clutching a walking stick, and two younger, muscular farmers with spears behind him that stop outside though at the door. He steps inside and sits down onto the ground, as you are sitting also on just like sheepskins on the ground around this small table. And he sits down and says, "Welcome. My name's Erok. Welcome to Blackstream."
Greetings, venered elder. And Halaban bows slightly before the old man.
The old man nods and then bows to Demian.
I kind of just nodded.
Kvarik wipes his mouth on the back of his hand and then just kind of stares at the elder.
"So, you're coming here to kill the beast, are you? Frostclaw?"
Yes, it is what I'm here for. As well as
That's
the others.
right. We're here for its head.
Luke, you might want to rejoin the hangout real quick. Your voice thing is messed up a bit.
And the bounty that comes with it, of course.
Yes, well, I don't know anything about the bounty itself. That was announced by the Duke, I believe. We don't have that sort of money. So you'd have to take that up with the Duke if you manage to slay the beast.
Oh, we'll slay it all right. I'll run my sword right up its arse.
Right. Well,
Though the money is nice, we will speak with the Duke upon it, but I would be much more satisfied with just ridding the beast from your town.
right. Well, I'd be happy to help you in any way we can, but there's not much I can do, I'm afraid. We don't have many fighters or soldiers here. Yeah, your voice is fine. There's not much we can do. We lost a couple people and quite a few sheep over the course of a couple of weeks. We believe that the beast must have come into the forests, into the Crone Woods. That is from where it is striking. The attacks were all in the southern pastures, which we have abandoned. Now, of course, But let's hope that the beast does not decide to come into the village itself. There's not much we can do to stop it, I think.
Well, can you tell us what kind of injuries and what kind of attacks they were, so we know how to better fight this thing?
Yes, there was large claw marks, I believe, and the corpses, they were partially frozen. Which
I look towards Thorol. Magic, maybe?
Thorol, still with his mouth full, will turn over and say, well, in fact, old man, there's a lot you can do. Like, has anyone actually seen the beast?
only those who have died, I believe. We've heard it, though. It screams in the night sometimes. It growls and shouts. I don't know. It sounds horrible.
And when was the last time that it attacked?
2 days ago, we lost a man to Milo on the southern pastures. That was the last attack, I believe.
Where is Tamilo?
We buried him.
He's
Nice. Mind if we take a look at his body?
I mean, there wasn't much left, but if you want to.
I would personally not want to dig up graves unless it will really provide anything for you, Thorol.
Well, it might. That's only been 2 days, and the land is mostly frozen, so I could at least check the marks or bite marks or whatever.
If you think that's really necessary, of course. It was hard enough to dig the grave. The ground's mostly frozen, as you say, so it's not very deep.
Perfect. And you've already dug the grave, so now it should be easier to dig out, right?
Sure, I guess.
Very good, those embryons. They bury their dead. We actually, burn them. So yeah, I think I can get at least some information from that. But of course, if you don't mind, if you don't want burying out people, I don't mind doing it myself. Just give me a shovel, and I'll get right to it.
We'll handle digging the bodies. We don't want to disturb your people any further. You just.
Oh, Luke, your audio is again. I don't know what's going on. All right, well, we can provide a shovel. That's something we do have.
Perfect. And then I'll have a look at those farms where this thing happened. Hopefully it's not been snowing lately, or at least in the frozen mud I can probably find a footprint or anything.
Oh yes, finding prints was never difficult.
Perfect. So let me finish this broth or whatever that is, and I'll get right to it.
All right, I'll have one of my men. He looks at one of the two men that are standing at the door, sort of, bring a shovel, please.
And probably point me out to where where things are.
Yes, my men, they will lead you to Tamilo's resting place. May Prios, the one god, protect his soul.
I spit behind my shoulder when I hear Prios, just in case, as I do with every demon and anything that I don't like.
The village elder gives you a look, but doesn't say anything. And one of the men comes in and hands you a shovel. It's not a particularly good shovel, but it will do the trick.
All right, gentlemen, I'll meet you at the fields, I guess.
We can wait for you. It's no big deal. I can help you dig if you wish.
Oh, no worries. I have maybe this person that will help me. And I try to wink at him, and it's totally awkward. But I will try.
The farmer who handed you the shovel, you mean?
Yeah. Can I try to persuade him?
Sure. Give me a persuasive check.
Nope.
He looks at you and says, I'm not having any of that.
It's fine. It's fine, my friend.
That's bad luck. Everyone knows that.
If you could just give me a shovel, I will help him. No problems. I kind of smile at him, try to calm him down a little
We
bit.
can get you another one, of course, sir.
All right.
I'll get right onto it. I'll be back in a moment. And he heads off.
I turn to Damien. Or is it Demian or Damien?
Demian.
Demian. I turn to Demian. Do you think we'll be staying in the village overnight?
I don't prefer to
Probably
hunt
best to rest
animals.
up.
I don't prefer to hunt monsters at night, so yes, we should probably take off in the morning.
We don't really have fitting accommodations, I'm afraid. Surely you would be more comfortable in the mansion.
The mansion.
Yes, Vernell Manor.
Where is that? Is that over by the farms you were speaking of?
Further down south, about maybe an hour's walk from here.
We could head there to rest if you guys are all right with it.
The
Who
Lord,
owns these manor?
well, Lord Vernell did, but he died quite a while ago. Now Lady Vernell runs the thing, but she's sickly, I believe. Doesn't leave the mansion much. I've only seen her a few times myself over the last years.
They rich?
I mean, he looks around and says, they have a manor, so I guess they are lords. We are giving them our taxes, always on time, of course. I don't know if they are rich as far as lords go, but
I kind of give a look to the rest of my party and raise an eyebrow, but I don't say anything.
Damien just sort of smirks a little bit at the thought of anyone being rich out here, and then kind of puts it away.
yeah, it doesn't look like a particularly rich. New Berendoria in general is not the richest country, not the richest land in the realm of Ambria.
Right. Okay.
And Thorold doesn't even care. He can camp in the woods if he also rather prefers sometimes.
Well, you still have like 5 hours of daylight or so, so it's not like not nighttime is super close or anything like that.
Well, depending on how fast digging goes, and
That's true.
also checking for tracks, right?
Tracks, yeah. Okay, so the two of you grab shovels, and the farmer that gave you the shovels leads you out to a small corner of the village. Outside of the village, there's a few trees, and you can see there's about maybe, well, it seems like a small graveyard, basically. There's a few religious symbols carved into the trees, but that's all there is really as decoration. And you can see there is half visible. There's about maybe 25 to 30 graves or so just around those a couple trees. And he moves over to one of them, and you can see very, very easily that this is a fairly fresh grave. It's only been dug like a day or two ago. And he said, "That's Samilos. That's where he is. Not very deep. You'll be all right then, right?" And he starts sort of backing away slowly.
We'll take it from here.
Religious.
Thank you for your help.
We're just gonna stand there and watch as I take my shovel and start digging.
Okay, he's actually heading back into the village. He's not staying.
He's not gonna show us where the tracks are supposed to be, like in the field.
You don't know. He's heading back to the village.
Idiots. Sorry, I meant Ambrians. Of course, present company excluded.
Damien
And
just
start
sort
digging.
of smiles.
Okay, so you dig out very soon. You dig out a corpse. It's only about maybe 1.5 feet deep or so. So really not hard, not very deep. The ground is frozen, but you only need like a couple minutes basically to uncover it partially. The corpse looks pretty rough.
Cool. I want to unearth him thoroughly so
Okay.
that I can, check front and back.
Okay,
What
so
I'm looking
and
for
digging
now
is
is
helping you with the digging.
Mhm.
Okay,
What I'm
it'll
looking
take
now
about
is to-
maybe 15
sorry.
minutes or so to unearth the whole corpse. Looking at it, you instantly realize that most of the corpse isn't there. And there is a very, very massive wound in his chest. Like something, like his ribs are basically all shattered and broken. And it looks like someone or something basically ate him, but not in chunks. Like it doesn't, most of the body, bone-wise and such, is still there. It looks more like something that just nibbled on him and like tore off the flesh and skin and such. The eyes are gone. The tongue and everything inside the mouth is gone. Nose is gone. Ears are no longer there. All the soft parts, so to speak.
Now, I am no man of nature as you are, but it appears that this thing was not feasting. Otherwise, more of it would be gone, yes?
Well, apparently you don't know much. I say, of course, that's just my part of the characters. That's how I speak to people, assuming that everyone knows less than I do in my area of expertise.
You are probably right in this case.
So, Alex, here I'm looking for two things, basically. By what has been eaten and by probably the marks, I'll try to invoke my beast lore ability.
Okay, that is a cunning check, I believe, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Any penalties on that, or?
I would say no.
Nice, a 14 with my 15 cunning, so that's a
You have
success.
15 cunning. Wow, not bad.
Yeah, that's my maximum.
Surprisingly cunning. Okay, so looking at it, you instantly realize that the wound on his.
Oh, my bad. My cunning is 13. Sorry.
Okay.
So it's
is that a fail then?
Yeah.
Okay, so you realize that whatever hit him in the chest must have been very strong. You're not sure about the parts that are missing, like the attack itself. You would associate with some sort of big beast, like a massive bear or something along those lines. Basically, like the strike at his chest, like a big clawed hand or something along those lines, with a lot of strength behind it. However, the bite marks, because there are no such things really. There's no bite marks as such that you can obviously see, and that strikes you as odd, because such a big beast would basically tear a body to shreds while feasting on it. It would just like tear out chunks of flesh and chunks of bone, breaking bone, biting through bone probably, but there's nothing like that there. So that's that doesn't really fit.
I see. Another thing I want to check is Medicus can identify poisons and the results of poisons. So yeah, can I do that?
You do not spot anything that looks like poison to you.
All right.
Hard because as I said, a lot of the body is gone. Like the flesh and muscles and such is gone. But you at first glance, you wouldn't see anything that's obviously connected to poison or anything like that.
Yeah, I was just hoping for, sometimes the edge of the bite marks, there's sometimes like the necrophilia of the tissue.
You're right. You're right. There is a possibility of that, but you do not detect anything like that. No, there's no discoloration of the flesh. Well, not more than you would expect with a 2-day-old body.
Well, I didn't get much of the body, of the checking of the body, but I don't want to, give off that idea to my companions. I'll turn over and say, yeah, like I said, you probably don't know much, Imrian. You see, and I start basically bullshitting, but basically going off that, they ate the soft parts, this is where the fat tissue is, and then usually in cold climates, this usually is a standard for beasts to go for this first, to get as much energy as possible. They leave the meat for later. So yeah, I'm thinking that it's something like that, and I try to save face.
Yeah, Damien just believes you because you know more about nature than he does. So makes sense. Then this beast is not vicious, just looking for food. Then.
It is possible. I cannot really determine without seeing this beast first, trying to, ensure to get the insurance on that.
Well, that's a good sign. Then maybe they won't attack us outright.
But it does seem weird. You were right about that. It's a little weird, not standard. All right, let's bury this poor fellow and go check for tracks.
You push him back into the grave and goes very fast. Just heap back up the earth that you have already dug out, and within basically the whole thing took you about half an hour. Digging the body out, inspecting it, and reburying it.
So then I suppose we go to check for tracks, at least to determine how big of a creature we're looking for. Is it like 4-pedal or bipedal, or something like that?
Certainly.
And Damien will leave his horse here just because he doesn't want to
Okay.
Let it die.
Sure.
He said the tracks were to be found in the southern fields. Where are those?
So,
Probably in the south.
Well, yes.
Sorry, I say that. So it's just like my character.
I know.
He also has a great sense of direction because of his sixth sense. So
Yes.
he just straight goes towards the southern part of the village where he would expect those fields are. He doesn't need this farmer anymore. Just slowing them down.
Yep. Okay. Well, the farmer's gone back to the village anyway, so he didn't want to see his dead friend being inspected from the looks of it.
Yep.
Okay. So you all pick up.
Before Heloban leaves the graveyard, also or as well hanging back in the rear of the group, he makes discreetly a sign to ward off evil towards the newly recovered grave.
All right. I'm guessing you want to pick up Fluffy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just order him to come towards us again.
Yeah, you whistle and he comes trotting up and then starts sniffing around the ground. And you move down to the southern pastures. They're not very far from the village, a couple 100 yards really, and you can see several what looks to be fields basically. And there's a few goat tracks here and there, and a few human tracks as well. In the parts of it are snow. This is next to this road that seems to be leading off into the distance to this manor that you have heard mentioned probably. And to your right is forest, and to your left are more fields. And then a couple miles down, you can see on the horizon a second forest starting, which must be the Mother Woods, from what you have heard.
Well, that seems like an obvious place where this creature could have come. So Thorog would go towards the edge of this forest, the muddy forest.
No, the closest one is the Crone Woods. Those are the ones that are only like maybe about 300 or 400 yards away from the actual village.
Okay, we'll check that first for tracks, and then we'll check the others.
So you're checking where are you searching at the moment for tracks?
For the closer woods first.
You're searching in the forest or out on the fields?
No, just at the edge, because he said that he was killed at the field. So I imagine the beast came out of the woods, snatched the person, ate whatever he could in a haste, and then went back into the woods.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts in the moment.
Sure. Give me a that's a vigilance check. I'm pretty sure.
Now that's a 15. And I rolled a 16.
Well, I'm afraid looking up and down, you do not spot any obvious tracks. There's a few tracks here and there, but nothing that like some of them are a bit like humanish tracks, others are like wild animals. Nothing that really sticks out.
Seems like it didn't come from here. Let's go to the other woods then. Unless anyone else wants to check, but I believe you can't. Anyways.
I look up in the sky. How long has this taken?
Oh, about 10, 15 minutes. You still have a good 4 hours of daylight, probably.
Fair enough. Lead the way.
Well,
Right.
I follow. Sorry, what's your character's name again? Your Foral. Okay. I'll follow Foral, but walking along the way, I also try to spot some form of tracks on the ground.
Okay, just for the record, before you roll, always tell me what you're doing. Otherwise, the roll doesn't count.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, just saying.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked on the thing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Okay.
so also try to roll. I guess also an
Yes, that would be a
vigilance check.
vigilance check for you as well, yes.
Okay.
Damien's not very good at this, but
Vigilance, here it
he's
goes.
tried to.
And
8.
oh yes, this did do it.
Okay, so how many levels of success do you have? What's your vision?
One.
So
My
you have-
vigilant is 9.
is 9. Okay, excellent. Looking around, you do spot something that's curious. There is certainly the signs of some sort of scuffle, like the tracks. You think you found the spot that's like in the fields where this farmer was killed, and from there are tracks leading away into the forest or towards the forest. Looking at the tracks, however, they seem human-ish, you'd say. This is a bipedal creature that walks like a human. It's not wearing shoes or anything like that. But the tracks, I mean, you don't really, the tracks are 2 days old. So it's not like there's a perfect footprint in the mud or anything like that. But you would say the creature must be about the same size, like a big man maybe, and walking on 2 legs.
Okay. Brother, are you sure that you can spot anything? Look over there, and I indicate the spot where I could see the scuffle and also the tracks leading to the forest.
Yep.
You must be mistaken, brother. But after a while, I'll just go up and double check what he pointed out to, and I say, well, this is kind of embarrassing.
Once he pointed you out, you do see the tracks as well. You did actually see the tracks that he also spotted while you were walking up and down the edge of the forest, but you just thought it was like a farmer.
Yeah, just didn't realize what they were. But now that my attention has been pointed out, can I further respect them?
You can, yeah. Give me another vigilance check, yeah.
I think it's cunning for Beast Lore.
Oh, cunning, you're right. Beast Lore is cunning, yes.
Come on, Rollo. Nope. It's my D&D. I took my D&D dice tonight,
yes.
not my Dark Eye dice. I have to change this one.
So you can't really tell much from the tracks.
And I go up and see those tracks. No, man. No, brother. This is most likely just another farmer that passed by. I don't see any track of a beast around here.
Damien kind of looks at them and looks back between the two of them. I don't know. They said that this is where the fighting happened and the animal died. I'm not.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was at the other edge of the other woods. And I would definitely try to go there.
Well, if you say so. However, I try to inspect the tracks a bit nearer myself.
Okay, well, you don't have Beast Lord, do you?
No, I don't have.
So you can't really say much more than bipedal creature, about the same size of a big human. That's all you can really say.
Okay. Are you absolutely certain that these tracks are from a human, brother? They don't look really...
Yes, I am. Why are you bugging me? It's obvious.
Why would a person go into the forest? I don't...
To gather up some mushrooms, probably? I don't know.
Well, if you say so, those embryons are probably crazy enough to just do that.
Pretty sure most farmers are too afraid to go into the forest. If I know these people well enough.
Yeah, they look pretty afraid. You wouldn't say that one of them by himself would venture into the forest. Maybe they would go like in a large group, but not like one guy.
If they were going into the forest for anything, they would go in pairs. It's very common for them to do this. If they wanted anything from there, no one would just wander in there. I may not know nature, but I know people.
So they can be going in pairs for other purposes, not just for mushrooms, I suppose.
But there's only one set of tracks. I think it is worth investigating, but it is just me. And Damien will kind of walk up to the edge of the forest, like follow the tracks as best he can up to the edge and just kind of peer into the forest a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Forest is fairly dark. It is it's a very gray sort of day with heavy cloud cover. There is next to no leaves or anything, and the most of the interior of the forest is covered in snow. And it's very quiet, except for a slight rustle of branches as a slow wind that comes from the west is pushing through the forest.
Well, if we were to go this way, the snow would have covered the tracks by now, but it is a good start, I think.
Yes, it is. And if you truly believe that this is the path we need to follow, I would agree, but I would also suggest that we start in the morning because the sun is failing. And if we start now, I'm not afraid of the dark, but I suppose I'm probably alone in this.
Well, we could check your other forest on the way over, just to cure your minds.
Yeah, sure.
Is there a tree nearby the tracks that we found?
Sure. I mean, there's a forest. There's a lot of trees nearby.
I go over to the tree nearest to the track we found, and I draw my sword and I slice an X into the tree.
Okay.
I sheath my sword.
You see, Damon kind of looks cockeyed at that, and then, oh, makes sense.
These tracks will be covered in a day. Might as well, we might need to come back here.
That's a reasonably good idea. I apologize at the spirits of the trees, and then order Fluffy to go to the tree next to the X-marked tree and claw Mark at the top of the height he can reach.
Okay, yeah. He gets up on his hind legs, puts his front legs with the claws out against the tree trunk, and just draws down like claw marks and he drops down onto the ground.
Good man. Just don't ask it to pee on the tree. That would attract other bears in the area. And then in the morning we wake up and all the trees are marked.
All right, to the other forest then.
Right behind you.
Okay.
Yeah, I check the other forest and
So you walk down across the fields for the few miles and are like moving basically southeast at the moment. Yeah, southeast. And are approaching a second forest that's also very big. All three of those forests are very large. They're about, as far as you know, you need about a good full day's travel to cross the whole forest. Like each of these forests are big enough for a man to basically spend a whole day there without being able to get to the other side. And you do see now there is a small, what looks to be like let's call it a hill range, basically a few tiny hills with like jagged rocks protruding from them to your right at the edge of the forest, of the Crone Woods, that is. And beyond that hill range, which is between the forest and the road, basically, there is a single hill that carries a stone building. There's smoke curling up lazily into the sky from there, surrounded by what looks to be a fairly thick, but not very high, O-shaped circular stone wall. And you see from the distance, you see a large, what looks to be a dark wooden gate closed. This must be the manor. Other than that, there's nothing really of note to be seen here. These are fields or pastures that have not recently been used by the people of the village from what looks of it. And you don't spot many tracks at all.
And the other set is a 1 hour ride or walk from here.
The other what?
The other set is a 1 hour walk from here.
Which set? What do you mean? What the other set?
The elder told us it's on one. Sorry,
From
the
the
manor is
village
1 hour
elder.
away.
Sorry, the elder. I thought you were saying the other. I was like, what other? Anyway, okay, sorry. So the elder told you, yes, the manor is a good hour's walk from the village. So you can see it like in the distance, but it's still very far off.
All right, brothers. So we better make haste because it looks like we'll be up an hour before sunrise to actually get here and make a good start.
Fair.
You think the people in the manor have seen the beast? They seem isolated, away from the rest of the village.
They may have heard it. They may have a better idea of it.
That'll be a nice surprise.
So you're heading
Make
for
our
the
job easier.
Well, we should investigate. Maybe they've got a lead.
Okay. You head down the road basically towards the manor. It will take you a good maybe half an hour, 45 minutes to get there. And then you can see the manor itself is basically just one large stone building surrounded by a circular stone wall. There is smoke coming from a large chimney in the center of this building, and you can see the form of a single man dressed in what looks to be some sort of not particularly well-preserved chainmail, like a patched-up chainmail armor, clutching a shield and a spear, standing on top of the gate, basically on the wall. And he obviously sees you coming because there's no way to sneak up on the manor in broad daylight, really. And calls something down. You can see that you can't really hear it because you're too far off, but you can see he's turning back and calls something back into the courtyard behind him. And then he turns back towards you, and a second shape appears, dressed in a very similar way, with like an iron helmet on his head.
I raise my gauntlet into the air and give them a wave. Oi! Travelers seeking shelter!
One of the men, the newly arrived one, whose iron helmet protects most of his face, but you can see some silverish beard spilling out. This seems like an older man. Leans his spear against the parapets and raises one hand and calls out to you, basically. Who are you?
Damien has like a full helmet on with like the mask and everything. He takes it off. Damien of Raven Nest. We are here to peaceably talk to you about the monster in the forest.
The two men look at each other. You're looking for Frostclaw!
Yes, we wish to slay him.
Well, he's not here.
Well, we were hoping to maybe ask you about him and possibly get some shelter for the night. It is growing dark and the fields are where we're looking for him at.
I'll have to ask the lady for her permission. Wait here.
Damien kind of nods.
He disappears below. The other man is now clutching a bundle of javelins in his hand and just staring at you from the distance.
Excuse my aim, Brian, but did they just say Frostclaw is here? Or was?
He said he's not here. I assume they mean the manor.
I thought the monster is called Frostclaw.
This is what I've heard.
So, did we find the monster? Or, so like I said, I'm not really good in your language.
I think they meant that he's not near the manor.
Uh-huh. Well, if you're not sure, then I'm not sure, and that uncertainty makes me a little bit jumpy.
Well, hopefully they can clarify when we are allowed closer.
They better.
These guards, do they have a uniform on?
No. You can only see one guard at the moment, but he's not wearing any type of uniform. He's wearing the one that you can see has short black hair. Seems like a man in his maybe mid-30s or so. A fairly pale-looking, but still like well-built, with, as I said, a fairly crappy chainmail that seems to be often repaired. And there's a few like spots of rust on his armor that you can see. So clearly this is not a very well-equipped force, so to speak.
So he's
I kind
unlikely
of begin
to
to
sell sword.
Could be, actually. You've seen quite a lot of sellswords in, well, all of the poorer sellswords in this type of condition.
I kind of begin to walk a little closer to him.
Yep.
With like my hands up a little bit, like.
Yep. Yeah, he tenses a little, but doesn't say anything.
So, you guard the manor?
Just stares at you quietly, not talking.
Just sort of smiles. Right, silence and guarding. Is it?
A few minutes pass, and then the silver-bearded fella appears on the wall again and says, "The lady has given her permission to stay the night."
Ah, very good. May we enter?
Yes. However, we'll have to hand over your weapons.
What?
We do not know you. We do not wish trouble. Your weapons will be returned to you when you leave.
You see, Damien sort of sighs at that and undoes his sword and his buckler, hands it to him.
No, he's still on the wall. You're like 100.
Okay. I thought I was handing it to the guy right in front of us.
No, he's just shouting over to you at the moment, still from the wall.
Well, Damien, is this usual custom for these lands?
Yeah, this is common, I guess. I mean, normally I don't get unarmed when I go places because of my station.
Actually, you're a little surprised because,
Okay.
I mean, there's only 4 of you.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't really be, but I guess times are tough.
If there were more of us, maybe it would make sense, but I'm just surprised a man of my station is normally not disarmed. It is an odd custom.
Yeah, it is a bit of a slight, you'd say, technically.
Are you sure that is necessary, friend? I carry pedigree and I can be trusted. I kind of show him my symbol.
Your coat of arms, yeah. Her ladyship has stated so explicitly, I cannot go against her orders.
Is there a way I could kind of see if this guy is fooling me or not?
You can give me a vigilance check, yeah?
Okay, well, we'll try. Vigilant is 7. Oh, so I met it. So what does that mean?
That's a success. If you have
Okay.
the same number as a success. You do realize that both of them are quite tense. It doesn't look like he's outwardly lying, but they're definitely tense. They're not happy to see you. Let's put it that way.
My friend,
Can you ask why such measures? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's
Exactly
okay.
my
Why are
point.
you so jumpy? It seems a little odd to me.
Well, there is a monster outside somewhere in the forests, and his lordship is dead, and there's not too many of us here.
Right. So, disarming people who are friendly would be unwise if the monster were to attack. We could help in such a case if we had our weapons.
We trust in our walls.
I kind of look at the wall.
It looks fairly decent. It's not very high as such. It's only about maybe 10 feet high or so, but it looks sturdy and strong.
If this is your absolute necessary to disarm us, will hand over my weapon. But
You can take it up with her
rather
ladyship if you want to, but for now, we'll have your weapons if you want to stay here.
I think you're being way too polite, my friend. I step up and say, listen, you fool. We've been sent by the village elder to speak to your lady about the reward, about this monster that is raving around amongst your woods. How do you expect us to do so without our weapons?
You don't need your weapons to speak to the lady, and you'll keep a civil tongue in your mouth, dog, or you can go out into the forest and live there.
How wide is the opening? You know,
The opening is no opening at all yet.
Slit?
They
Oh,
haven't
there's no
opened-
like a
they
slit
haven't opened
that
the
is
gate.
like.
You're still discussing.
Okay.
I just kind of put my hand on your shoulder, calm. It's all right. Fine, we will disarm, but if you try anything, you will regret it.
We are not outlaws. I'll give you my word that your weapons will be returned to you when you leave.
Very well.
I am Jakad, captain of the guards of Vernel Manor.
I have said I am Damien of Raven Nest. The others can introduce themselves.
We'll open the gate for you. And they both disappear out of view.
I head up to the gate and I begin to unbuckle my weapons. Usually I have a very calm demeanor about me, but I seem pretty frustrated about this.
I turn towards Damien and say, I don't like your southern customs one bit, but fair enough.
This is not normal, my friends. I'm a little off-put by this myself.
door starts opening up, the gate outwards, and you can see three men, the silver-haired one and two more, are standing there, all clutching their spears and shields. And the silver-haired one steps out, takes his helmet off, like giving his spear to one of the others, takes it off, holds it under his arm, and you can see a grizzled, older face, a man in his maybe mid-50s, but still strong, still wide-shouldered, with a salt and pepper, silverish beard and short cropped hair, a few scars. This man has been in a few battles, at least, you can say. It says, "All right, your weapons."
Kaveric steps forward first. I take my sword and I hand it to him. This was my father's blade. I expect you'll take good care of it.
Of course. Takes it.
I hand him my bow and arrows. I do not mention anything about the dagger in my boot.
Okay. And they will not search you as such. So they're just taking your obvious weapons.
Yeah, Damien hands him the big sword and gives him a moment to put that one away, and then hands him the short sword and the buckler.
Okay. Just relog real quick, Luke, again. I don't know, something's messing. Okay.
Heliban steps forward next and hands him over the bow, the quiver, and also the big quarterstaff or walking stick.
Okay.
But also doesn't mention anything about the dagger hidden.
Okay. He looks at the Fluffy and says, "This beast belongs to you."
Don't call him a beast. He's quite. He has probably better manners than you, fine man.
He gives you a look and says, "You come here to be insulting to your hosts."
Well, you started it. You took away our weapons, which, as I understand, is not even customary for your people.
You can have them
At
back
least-
if you want to, and leave and stay outside. We are under no obligation to take you in. It's only the goodness of the heart of the lady. You have
I turn to them, just hand them over. We need to speak with her anyways. Hopefully
The
she knows
beast-
something.
the beast says outside. Of course.
Well, he would not harm you.
It's a bear.
And
We don't want to bring beasts like that into the manor. The hounds wouldn't like it either. Save us all some trouble.
That's fair enough. How is this any different from the village, Halodin?
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And I eye the guard very suspiciously, but ultimately give in and let Fluffy rest next to the gate.
Okay. And the guy turns to Thoral, holds out his hand. Your bow.
I will take his hand, I will shake it, I will spit on his feet, and I'll go outside the gate and will stay with Fluffy.
He looks at Dimian and says, "You have very badly mannered companions, sir knight."
Yes, I'm working on it. Maybe one day they will be as gentlemanly as I, and I kind of say that with a smile.
All right. Well, if the savage wants to stay outside, then let him stay outside. Close the gates. The two men start pushing the gates closed. So basically, leaving Thoral outside with Fluffy.
I approached the guard captain. What was his name?
His name was Jakad. I'll write it in the chat.
Sir Jakad. How long have you been in the employ of the Vernals?
Vernell.
Vernell, okay. How long have you been in the employ of the Vernels?
Nigh 15 years now. Why?
They pay well, I imagine.
Well as can be expected. We're not looking for any extra swords, if that's what you're asking about.
It's a shame. Seen quite a few scrapes. Could be an asset.
Well, you can take it up with the lady if you want to, but it's not for me to decide. Anyway,
How many men are stationed here?
he gives you a suspicious look. What's that to you? There's enough of us.
Just curious. The walls seem well maintained.
They are. The mansion is only about 10 years old. It was built by Lord Vernel when he was a young man.
You said you've served them for 15 years, but you said the man is only 10?
Yes,
You served them before then?
of course, in the east. So one of the men takes your weapons and seems to be locking them in like a small shed that's basically leaning against the outer wall next to the gate on the inside, and comes out without your weapons. And you can see there's what looks to be a kennel next to it. And as you're passing the kennel, led by Jakad and the black-haired man that was on the wall, you can hear dogs. What sounds about maybe like half a dozen hounds barking and growling at you. You can't see them because there's a thick like wooden door in the way, but you can hear them, and some of them seem to be jumping at the door. You can like see the door a little like shaking a little.
It's poorly trained hunting dogs, if I do say so myself, my friend.
They're not hunting dogs. They're warhounds. Ever since Lord Alavan's death, they, well, doesn't matter really. Just stay outside of the kennels. They probably attack you if you enter.
Don't have to tell me twice.
As we're walking, I'd like to try and get a head count of like how many people I see.
So far, you have only seen 3. You've seen Jakad and 2 other guards. It seems the whole manor is very quiet. There seems to be hardly anyone around from what you could say.
So, my friend, you say the village pays you taxes, pays the lady taxes, yes?
Aye.
What does the lady do for the village? I see very few guards there.
Well, we do what we can in these times. The Lord's death, times have been rough. Hopefully now that spring has come, things will start looking up again. But that's not for me to talk about, really. He now leads you into the main building and leads you through. You can see 2 elderly servants moving around, and what seems to be they're basically setting up a table in the main hall, which isn't very large. It's basically a larger room with a table that can seat about 15 or so people. They're putting down platters for some sort of, well, I guess early dinner or something. And there is a small fireplace that looks like it's been very recently lit. Like the fire in the fireplace has been very recently lit, probably when they saw you arriving. So it's quite chilly in the main hall. And Jakad says, "Now sit. Servants will prepare you a simple meal. After that, we'll lead you to your quarters if you want to spend the night here."
Of course. Will we get a chance to talk with the lady?
The lady is not feeling well, but if you want, I can lead you up to talk to her and maybe one more of your companions. And he looks very directly at Kvarek as he's saying that.
I give him an appreciative
Yes, after
nod.
we eat, we would like to speak with her.
Right. Have a seat. Rest. Warm yourself up. Servants will take a bit to prepare the meal, but it should be long. I need to get back to my duty.
You have my thanks. And if the lady really is not feeling well, I know a bit about the healing arts, so maybe I can help her.
That won't be necessary.
Well, if you say so.
He gives you a sharp look and say, I do say so. And then steps out through the main gate out into the courtyard again, leaving you behind. You can see every now and then servants basically moving past. There seems to be only the two that you can see, two elderly servants, a couple, like a man and a woman, moving in and out the kitchen, carrying what looks to be different food that they are preparing. You can hear the sound of cutlery and crockery in the kitchen.
Okay. Once they actually, I sit down, and once they actually do end up serving us, I kind of pull one of them aside and.
It takes a while. They don't seem to be ready yet. They seem to have just started preparing a meal, so it could take like an hour or so for the meal.
Okay. Well then, as one of them is passing, I just excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Why are the guards so on edge? I mean, I understand security, but clearly we are not threats. I don't quite understand this.
Not for me to say. Forgive me. I need to get back to my duties, sir. And she hurries off.
This whole thing is very strange, my friends.
I kind of lean in and I whisper to my comrades. I didn't see many guards. Could probably take this place if things go poorly.
I don't wish to take it without a weapon, but I don't wish to take it at all. Hopefully this is just on edge because of the monster.
Well, those people here seem even more odd than the rest of the Ambrians.
Just jumpy. Very on edge.
Okay. Yeah, about half an hour to 45 minutes passes. You're sitting there. The fire. Every now and then, one of the servants comes up and puts a few logs into the fire. So the fire is now getting a bit higher, and the room is slowly starting to get warm. So you can start taking your coats off and such. And the man of the servant, the male servant, comes in, takes your coats, and hangs them over close to the fireplace, and then disappears back into the kitchen. And then eventually they both come out with platters of very simple food, as like dried cut vegetables, a little bit of half-cooked meat, and some ale, and a bit of cheese. And they put in front of you, and they sort of bow and they retreat out of the room.
So I eat, and
yeah, the food's nothing special, really. I mean, this you have by now, Demian. You think that this must be some sort of very impoverished household. There is some nobles in Embria that obviously haven't. I mean, you know about these things because you're kind of coming from a similar circumstance, only that these people have a manor and your family doesn't. But even your family would treat guests better than this, even though your family isn't rich by any means. But this is. I mean, it's not terrible quality food, but for someone who has a manor, you would expect more.
I watch Demian for several minutes as he eats before I start to eat.
Okay. Well, nothing seems to happen to him.
Okay.
And Helaban doesn't mind and digs also into the food.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing special, however, he doesn't have any sort of higher expectations.
Okay. Thorol, by the way, you're sitting outside. You can see there's this one guard that has returned up to the wall, and he's like staring down at you every now and then, but mostly he's scanning the area around with his gaze, just standing on top of the gate on the parapets. Okay. An hour or so passes. You have finished the meal, and then what you presume is guard captain or whatever title is his, Jakad, comes in again with one of his men, the same one that you have seen before, one of the guys that opened the gate for you. And he says, "Now, I hope the meal was to your satisfaction. It wasn't much, but as I said, the winter was hard."
Yes, it was filling at the very least.
Right. Now, if you wish to see the lady, now is a good time.
I nod and I stand up.
Let me lead you to your rooms first. You can leave your things there. And he leads you down the corridor from the Great Hall, and leads you into two small rooms that basically have like simple beds and a small table and like a very simple rug on the floor. He says, "You can sleep here. There's 2 beds in each room, so there's 4 beds in total. So you can divvy yourselves up however you want. I'll give you a few moments and check on the lady. I'll be back soon."
Okay.
And he walks up the stairs. There's a staircase leading up to the first floor, up the second floor if you're in the US. And disappears out of sight. I guess you leave your backpacks and stuff here.
Yeah.
Hang your cloaks up, and a few minutes pass, and the man Jakad comes back. Says, "The lady will see you now. Now remember, she is sick, and she probably doesn't have the strength for a longer conversation.
Fair enough.
Come and be polite."
We'll try our best.
"I believe it would be best if you stayed behind." And he looks at at Halaban. "Her ladyship cannot face talking to too many strangers at once. 2 should be plenty."
I put a grieved hand on Haloben's shoulder. "Watch her things." I kind of give him a pat.
Well, okay, why not? And I go back into the room.
Okay. Kvarek and Demian, you're led upstairs and to a door where you can see another guard standing. This one you haven't met before. A younger man with short reddish hair and a little bit of a stubble beard, in his sort of late 20s maybe, standing in front of a door, a wooden door. And he steps aside as he sees you approaching. And Jakad pushes the door open. And you enter a dimly lit room. It's a very large, fairly large room with a large double bed in the room. And all the windows are closed. There's heavy curtains in between you and the outside world. And there's about maybe 5 or 6 thick candles burning in different places of the room. There's also what looks to be a small sort of, what do you call it? A brazier, sort of. And there's a little bit of smoke curling in the room. And that smoke has a very strong herbal sense to it. Like some sort of herbal mixture is burning in the brazier. It actually makes your lungs tickle a little. And you can see on the bed, mostly covered by what looks to be a large bear fur, is a woman in her maybe. It's hard actually to estimate her age. She's probably not as old as she looks. She's very pale. She has long brown hair, and she's sort of leaning against a large pillow. Most of her body, except for basically her top of her shoulders, her neck, and her head, are covered by this fur that is above her. She looks like she was once fairly pretty, but she's basically looks like someone who's been going through a fairly, some sort of hard disease. She's very pale, dark circles under her eyes, and as she reaches out one hand from underneath the fur and sort of reaches out towards you, her hand is shaking noticeably. "My lady Vernel, these are Sir Demian and his companion."
Varric.
"Yes, they have come to hunt the beast, as I've told you. They beg a little bit of your time and an audience." Yes, of course, my good captain. Welcome to Vernel Manor. You will excuse me if I do not get up. My strength isn't what it once was.
It's fine, my lady. And Demian kind of walks up and takes a low bow.
Rejoin real quick.
Oh my goodness! All right.
I just give her a curt nod.
Okay. The guard captain behind you doesn't seem to be too happy with you as you just give her a nod. He clearly expected something more, but she doesn't say anything. The lady herself doesn't seem to mind too much.
Yeah. I was trying to say earlier, Damien kind of walks up and it is fine, my lady, and he kind of takes a low bow and a knee.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yes, I have not had the pleasure of witnessing courtly graces very often recently. Thank you for that.
You see, Damien kind of smiles. I assure you, Damien of Raven Nest will not disappoint.
I see. Well, tell me, what can I do for you? You brave heroes.
Well, I'm sure as your god captain has said, we're trying to hunt the beast. And I was wondering if you knew, or if your guards would know anything more. They were rather hesitant to give us any information.
I'm afraid we do not know much. The beast it killed my husband. It struck here about 3 moons ago. It killed some of our guards as well. They were out patrolling the lands. Ever since then, we did not leave the Manor Ranch. The grief did not help much with my illness, I'm afraid. The beasts can be heard sometimes in the woods, roaring and screaming and shouting. It is some mighty creature, I do not know. I think it must be something that came out of the old forest to the north, Davokar, I believe they call it.
Well, hopefully us slaying it will give you some rest, some ease.
Isn't it indeed, yes. If we can find it. We have not heard it the last few nights. Maybe it moved on.
Well, we have found some tracks that look promising.
I see. And where does those tracks lead?
Into the, what was it, the Raven Forest? I cannot remember the name.
The Crone.
The Crone.
The Crone Woods.
The Crone Woods. Into the Crone Woods.
Large forest. It will take you days to search for a single creature inside there, if the beast doesn't find you first.
Perhaps it will find us. That would speed up the process, I guess. Kind of smiles.
Yes, be careful. I would tell you to abandon your search. I do not wish to see you suffer the same fate of my husband and his men, but I see your will is set.
If I die destroying this beast, it will at least bring some honor to my house.
I see.
Where did your husband die?
On the road between here and the village.
And I assume there are no survivors.
He had 3 of his men with him. They and their horses were all dead.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, well, it is as it is. These are dark times. Maybe spring will bring some fresh energy.
Maybe the slaying of this beast will bring some light as well. If you don't mind, madam, a bit of a insult, but why the disarming? I mean, I understand it is dark times, but well, I would say it hurt my station a bit.
I apologize for that, but we cannot be too careful in these times. We do not know who you are, and my men, there are not as many as there once were. We would rather avoid incidents. I apologize, as I said, but it is necessary. The men did it at my command. Captain is not to blame for this.
He nods. I understand. But you said the beast struck here at one point?
Not the manor, no. We never in danger, I don't think. shies away from the walls. And we keep fires burning all night.
The beast, has it only ever struck at night that you know of?
I think so, yes. But I'm not certain. The farmers would provide you with more information on that, I believe.
He nods.
My lady, you should rest.
What are you ill from?
The captain sort of gives you a look at this. You forget yourself, man.
I apologize for him. Madam, what he means to say is we do have a man who is rather skilled in healing. If you wish to speak with him, he might be able to help you.
That will not be necessary. I have a doctor who comes by every few weeks. I trust in his skills. The medication is helping a little. My illness has not become worse. That is all I can ask for in those days.
As you wish.
Forgive me, I grow weary. I do not have much strength, I believe. I'm afraid. I wish you good night. Feel free to use your rooms. The servants will provide if you need anything. I'm afraid we're not very well equipped with food and drink, but what we have is yours.
Damien, he kind of looks at Kvark and he takes a low bow. Kind of follow me. And yes, we will take our leave. And then
I've had to bow and scrape before nobles in my sellsword career once in a while, so I kind of roll my eyes and do the same thing.
Yeah, Captain Jacquard just nods approvingly and then leads you out of the room with a deep bow. My lady, I will check on you later. Thank you, Captain. And have a restful night, my friends. And the door closes.
you too, madam.
And Jacquard leads you down to your chambers, basically, again. If you need anything, call one of the servants.
We will. I close the door. I turn to I think Halodin is in the room with us, right?
Yeah, Haloban.
Haloban, sorry.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, he would be there.
Well-
Finally. So, what did she say?
Seems like coming here was a fool's errand. They knew nothing.
Give us no further information.
Fantastic. So
At least it's a place to stay for the night.
As you're saying
Well-
that, you can hear outside some sort of commotion. It sounds like, you're not quite sure, it sounds like crows or something. And you, Thorol, who's outside at the moment,
Ooh.
looking up into the sky, you can see from the Crone Woods, all of a sudden there's a black cloud rising. And the black cloud is coming towards you, and you realize this is not a cloud. It's a flock of birds, ravens, black ravens. Must be hundreds of them rising up, and then flying over, and they fly towards the mansion. They swoop overhead, and they circle a few times high up in the sky, and then sort of disperse in all directions.
All right. Being like a woodsman and whatnot, he would probably suppose that the gathering of ravens during winter is a natural thing, but then just going around and then dispersing would probably make him a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, there was a lot of birds. You've never seen as many ravens in one place, in fact, as you have.
Huh. Any reason for him to feel like there was something other than the natural gathering of hungry birds?
You're not sure. I mean, you didn't see them up close or anything. It's just saw basically blocks, like black dots in the sky.
He'll take a
But
note of that.
It looked weird. It looked definitely weird.
He'll take a note of that. He'll scratch Fluffy behind his ear or her ear. I don't know. He probably knows, but I don't. And then he'll say, "All right, Fluffy, see that? We have to be vigilant that night. I'll take the first watch, and then you wake me up. Then I'll wake you up. All right?"
Yeah, Fluffy's actually looking up into the sky. You can just hear this growl coming from deep through his chest and his throat, rising up as he shows his teeth to the birds.
And just for the record, I know I can't speak with the bear, but I feel kind of lonely in the woods.
I know.
I'm not in the woods. I'm like next to the wall, next to the gates.
Yeah, I know. Well, the guy on top of the wall is still there. He didn't seem to react to the ravens too much.
Yeah, I'll just notify him if I believe that there's something going on. For now, I believe that they're stupid, so that would be pointless
Yes.
for me to tell them.
Does our room have a window, and have we also seen the birds, or can we look outside?
You sort of listened for a moment, and then you opened the window and looked outside, and you would have caught the end of it. Basically, you would have seen several dozen birds flying overhead and like sort of dispersing.
Helleben mumbles strange and makes again a sign to ward off evil.
Mm-hmm.
I will take off my armor and bed down for the night.
Okay.
I'm doing the same, and as we're doing that, I kind of look to Kvark. Well, I'm pretty sure they're lying about having enough men, Kvark, if you do wish to work for them in the future.
That woman's on her deathbed. And then what happens when she goes, what happens to the rest of them? Yeah, I'll find more lucrative place to settle down.
Fair enough.
All right. How are you? What distribution amongst the rooms are you sleeping in at the moment? But because there's 3 of you and there's only 2 beds to a room.
Helleben stays in the same room as the other 2 and just tries to sleep as well as he can on the floor.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it shouldn't be too much. You're used to sleeping outside, so sleeping on the floor, on a hard wooden floor, isn't too difficult for you.
Are you older than Damon? He's 25.
Not much. I'm 26.
Okay, never mind. I was saying if you were old, he was going to give you the bed.
No, you're about the same age, what you can tell. Okay.
I'm old, so I'm definitely taking a bed.
Yes, well, Kvark is a fair bit older than the 2 youngsters that you share your room with. Nearly the same age as them put together, I'm guessing.
Yeah, early 40s.
Yeah. So yeah, a fair bit older. Okay. You're sitting down to bed, and slowly the mansion is very quiet. You do get the sense that there's hardly any people here. Maybe the 2 servants and the handful of guards you've seen might even be everyone, and the lady. Even though this mansion could easily hold like maybe 25, 30 people in general, like counting servants and like guards and such. Anyway, night falls. You settle down to sleep. Thorel, I'm guessing you remain awake for now, anyway? Or how do you want to do that, the whole thing? Todor?
Which whole thing?
Well, the whole night watch thing. Do you just sleep outside?
Yeah, I'll be like waking up from time to time, checking if the bear is awake. If the bear is awake, I'll try to just get a nap or something.
Yeah.
And then I'll just try to wake up as well.
Okay.
Being like a lone huntsman in my youth, I'll probably be used to that kind of like
that is true.
thing. But of course, if there's like rules that I can get tired over, I can roll something.
There's nothing. No. You can, I mean, I was just wondering whether you wanted to stay awake at night or something like that.
Not through the whole night. I have a bear. It's an animal. I believe in its senses from time to time.
And you also have very sharp senses yourself, so you're used to sort of lightly sleeping.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a vigilance check.
Oh, yeah. Can I make one check tonight? Let's see.
We will see.
5. So, yeah, that's... you mentioned level of successes before,
Yes.
and I didn't see that in the core book, so can you quickly tell me what's that?
level of success is basically just how much under your stat you rolled. So
All right, 10 under.
yeah, it's not usually not that important, but like every now and then it might be important. Okay, so you are woken up around what you believe must be around midnight, and you're woken up by the sound of dogs. You can hear whimpering and growling coming from within the walls of the mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like several dogs, definitely awake and being not super loud, but quite loud.
Cool. With my beast lore, cunning, or whatever, can I try to determine why they are barking in the middle of the night?
They're not barking as such. It's not very loud.
Oh,
Like, it doesn't sound like they're like raising the alarm or anything like that.
They're just restless.
Yes,
I suppose.
I would say so. Yes.
I quickly check to see if Fluffy is awake.
Fluffy is actually awake, and actually give me a vigilance check for Fluffy.
Yep.
Philip.
What
is his vigilance?
And
10.
whoa, yeah, definitely.
Oh, 2, nice. Okay, yes, Fluffy is definitely awake, and Fluffy is staring off, like into the direction that the dogs are, moving and making noise. And he's very softly growling.
Stares towards the wall, maybe.
Yes.
All right.
At the wall.
Well, very reluctantly, because I don't want to leave the warmth of the bear's embrace, but I do feel that something's going on. So I walk up to the gate and I knock really hard on the gate and shout out, "What's going on inside?"
There's no one
Are
on
you
at the gate
asleep?
at the moment. As for
Are you asleep, you idiots? And I start banging on the wall as hard as I can.
Okay. Few minutes pass, the dogs quiet down. Give me another vigilance check.
All right. I like this die. This time a 6.
Okay. You do hear what sounds to be a soft conversation. You hear several voices talking, but you can't hear what they are saying, but you can hear that there's some men talking on the other side of the wall. And that lasts for a minute or two, and then silence. And then you're continue banging, and then a few minutes later, you see a guard like appearing on top of the wall and, "Quiet! What the hell are you doing?"
What am I doing? What is going on inside? There's obviously someone in your yard.
Nothing. People are sleeping. Don't disturb anyone, damn savage.
No, they're not, and you're obviously lying, so...
What's that supposed to mean?
It means what it means. You're lying to me at the moment while we're trying to rescue your pitiful Baronie or whatever this is.
I don't give a shit that you believe. Just let everyone sleep. The lady's sick. We don't need you raising some hell here in the middle of the night.
All right. What do you know, you idiot? I go under the lean-to that I made.
Yep.
And then I try to, look at the other way and try to decide, is there a way to actually scale that wall? Because
it's a bit tricky. It's not, as I said, the wall isn't very high. It's only about 10 feet high or so. So it's only about maybe just over double your size, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But the wall itself, because it seems fairly new, there's hardly any like cracks and such. So you can try it definitely, but it would be tricky to climb it.
Oh. Well,
do you have a rope with you?
Did I have to buy it separately? In that case, I probably didn't, but I have 1 taler left.
I'm not sure if the rope is part of the starting equipment. Let me see. It might be. This is a role-playing game after all. For some reason, everyone's carrying ropes.
Yeah, I'm so used to everyone having like a rope and water skin and that kind of thing.
Yes, you do have a rope. Field equipment, rope is in field equipment, so you would have a rope. So maybe you could throw the rope up, catch one of the parapets, and then sort of that would be probably the best the easiest.
Or because I'm not really that physical a guy, but maybe I can beckon the bear to come with me, and then I just step on the bear, and they'll probably just jump from the bear, and it will be enough for me to grab on the ledge.
Possibly. Huh, but it's a bit tricky to communicate that to the bear. So,
I'll take some food
yeah.
from my rations.
I mean, he's still a
Whatever
bear,
is left.
and he's not really connected to you. So he can
Yeah.
just be a friend, but he wouldn't be too thrilled if you just started climbing him. Let's put it that way. So
Sure, but I want to try it.
give me a persuasive roll.
Oh, come on. Isn't it only towards humans?
No, persuasive is generally, but I will give you +3.
For using the food, right? Come on. Lucky die. Nope.
No, Fluffy does not seem too keen to have people climb onto him. He does eat the food that you offer him, but when you start climbing, he shakes you off and gives you a small growl.
I understand, Fluffy. No, I wouldn't do that either, probably, if I didn't understand what it was about. All right, we'll try the rope then.
Okay. That would be probably a quick check, most likely, I'd say.
Or inaccurate?
Well, accurate if you're like aiming the rope. Yeah, sure. Let's do
They're
that.
the same to me, but just, you know. All right, come on. Nope.
Okay, so you try to swing the rope over, but it doesn't really seem to be successful. You're not the best cowboy in the world.
You're not. Of course, I can just, stay here and do nothing. And seeing that I cannot do it, the rope like that, any chance I can tie the rope to one of my arrows and try it this way?
Well, I mean, the rope has to be tied to something on the other side. If you just tie it to one of your arrows,
yeah, all right, gotcha. Well, those buggers have to, handle themselves. I go back to the lean-to, remaining vigilant, but yeah, unfortunately, I cannot get in.
at the nest, nothing happens for the next couple hours, and the sun rises in the morning, and everyone is awake, gets up, and the servants have a small meal prepared for you for breakfast, and Captain Jacquard is basically giving you the sort of non-verbal communication-wise, letting you know that it is probably time to leave.
Yes. I kind of bow to Captain Jacquard. Thank you for your hospitality. If we could just...
Rejoin
Yeah.
real quickly.
Yeah.
Know what's going on tonight.
Is it the mic? I'm starting to believe it's the mic itself.
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Okay. So
Okay.
I kind of bow to Captain Jacquard. Thank you very much for the hospitality. If we could just get our weapons, we'll be on our way.
Of course. As I said, I've given you my word. So you step out and they hand you back the weapons, taking them out of the shed where they locked them away, and open the gate for you. And you see a slightly disheveled man waiting for you and a bear.
You have my thanks too, Captain Jacquard. With that, I take back my weapons and head instantly towards Fluffy.
Okay. Yeah, Fluffy is very happy to see you. He sort of nuzzles you with it and nearly knocks you over.
And,
Yeah, come on. I know. Poor boy. I'm back. No worries.
And Damien, as soon as he gets his sword, he pulls it out of the sheath and starts to kind of oil it with his maintenance kit.
Yeah.
That's been in the cold for far too long.
It's true. No, it looks fine. You spend a few minutes checking your weapons. They look untampered with, and they're still perfectly functional. The gate closes behind you.
So, brethren, and you, Adrian, what did you find?
Nada. They knew nothing.
found food and a bed, and that was it.
And then in the middle of the night, did you hear the commotion in the yard?
What commotion?
Or so you obviously didn't. Well, there was some sort of a commotion in the yard in the middle of the night, and a few of the guards did gather, and I overheard them, but couldn't really recognize what they were saying. But then they're like, I asked them what's going on, and they were full of shit, and they said there's nothing. So I don't know. I'm pretty suspicious of those guys. But if you found nothing else, just remain suspicious then.
They were rather on edge the whole time we were here. Did you? We heard some noise and there was some ravens flying away. Normally I would like the sight of a raven, but there was a lot of them. Did you see
Yeah, that
anything?
was unusual. Fluffy also thought so. So if you think I'm lying, she can concur. And I turn over to the bear, trying to make a very, very stupid joke. I'm not used to. And by the way, Halabran, you can probably teach Fluffy a few more tricks so that she can be more useful. Just saying. Maybe tell her I'm a friend and she can be more cooperative.
Well, what useful in what way? What did you try to do to him?
Nothing. Just use her to climb over the wall when I was thinking that you guys were in danger, but she didn't want to follow us. So yeah, maybe just tell her I'm a friend. That's all I'm asking.
Let me get this straight. You tried to climb my bear.
Yeah,
and I
the wall is
stared
like
at him.
10 feet tall, and I'm only 6. Is that a problem?
And I thought those embryons didn't have it all together. Well, what did you expect? Of course, he doesn't let you climb on him.
Well, if you were here and I had to help me climb that wall, wouldn't you help me climb that wall? I would have done the same for you. What do you mean? Calling me an embryon. And I start getting a bit riled up.
Oh, my poor boy. And I just pat Fluffy on the head.
He just shakes his head.
Damien found the embryon insult a little amusing.
And back in the village, they said I was antisocial, and this guy just prefers his bear to other humans. Anyways, so what? You have no tracks. You have no trace or anything, place to go to. So we have to basically find this beast in the whole forest. Is that what you're telling me? That your stay here was in vain?
Yep.
Perfect. Oh, that was the crawl thing. Maybe we can follow crawl droppings, I suppose, if you think it has something to do with it.
Did you catch sight of where these crows came from?
Yeah, from over there, and I point out to the forest, but there were just way too much. It's very hard to determine the exact point, but generally this direction.
Is he pointing toward the crone forest or the mother forest?
The crone woods.
Something could have disturbed him. Something big.
In between the mansion and the Crow Woods, there's this little hill range thing that I mentioned before, basically. So you can't quite see the edge of the forest at the moment. When you're looking, if you're looking westward, you can see, as I said, a few small hills with jagged rocks protruding from them. But yes, that's why you really determine the exact location that the ravens were coming from, but you would be able to say generally the general area where they were rising.
And our marked trees were at the mother forest, however, or?
No, that's the same forest. It's just further up. Where you mark the trees, that's nearly an hour's walk north. But it's the same forest.
Okay. Well, that coincides nicely with the tracks we already found, brother. Even though I
Indeed.
suppose you still assume them to be just from the villagers?
Well, I know I've been wrong once, so it can happen a second time, I suppose. So let's go through that forest then. Do you trust me enough to lead, or do you want to take the lead with Fluffy here? He has a powerful nose, you know.
Yeah, but you seem more experienced with the woods and the wilderness in general. So go ahead.
All right, if you all agree. And I will take the lead to trek the forest.
Okay.
Obviously.
So are you moving straight towards the forest from where you are at the moment, or do you want to move back to the village first?
Turn over and say suggestions. Do you want to start where the beast was last seen, or do you just want to go straight into the forest?
Straight
And
into the
go-
forest.
You could go back to where we mocked. We mocked at.
I have a good sense of direction, so I probably can trace a path diagonally towards where it's probably been, but
You could try that, yeah.
not that sure. Anyways, it's just an hour, and I believe you came out like an hour before sunrise, as we talked about.
Around, well, just after sunrise, really. It was more like an hour after sunrise, really.
All right, so then I have another reason to be a little bit pissed, because, you know, I told you to be up early if you wanted to go back to that place. And now if we go back there, we will have, like, lost an hour of sunlight.
So what do you want to do?
I suggest going through the forest, but if all of you insist going back to the tracks, then
I second going back into the forest.
Okay. No one seems to be adverse to it.
Well, can you lead us towards the place we marked yesterday?
Of course. I have a great sense of direction, even in
Well,
forests.
then I also second walking directly through the forest. Let's head in the general direction of the trees we marked yesterday.
All right.
Okay. So you're basically trying to find like it's like imagining a trail in your head and sort of intercepting it. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, like a diagonal interception.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a cunning check. I'll give you +2 to it because of your general wilderness.
Exactly. Thanks for the +2, or however it was, because I have an exactly 15 now, which is 13 + 2.
Okay. You step into the forest and you basically lead your group sort of northwest-ish, northwesterly direction, pushing through the forest. The forest itself is not nearly as old as the forest of Davokar that some of you have experienced. It's a lighter place, especially with the leaves gone. However, there's still something slightly unsettling about it. It's a very quiet place. You can hear ravens or crows every now and then. You can hear a little bit of wind moving the branches, but that's the only sound you can hear. There's snow on the ground in large patches. Some patches are just like frozen mud. There's very few roots and bushes, and a little bit of grass peeking through the snow here and there.
So is it like the beginning of winter or
No,
end
it's
of winter?
the end of winter. It's the end of winter. It's the spring has come in most parts of Ambria. This far west, it seems winter is still lingering a little.
All right, so at the beginning of our trek, I will just tell everyone to be quiet because it's mating season is approaching, and usually wild beasts, you know, go rampant around that time. But after maybe an hour in, since I don't hear anything like that, even in the distance, I'll turn over and convey my suspicions that, well, by now we probably were supposed to at least hear a few male boars just, shouting into the distance to attract females, but there's none of that, and that doesn't seem right.
In fact, you keeping an eye on tracks and such do not spot any recent animal tracks. So
yeah, there's always also no hooves or the regular dung that males would leave all over the place. So, yeah, I advise everyone to be vigilant, not just I.
Wouldn't a more powerful predator scare off other ones if they were threats?
That could be the case.
Not again.
But it
I'm
could
not
be.
a forest man, but this is what I've been told.
Oh, it could be the case. It could also mean that you are not quiet enough and you are scaring things away.
I just kind of look at all my heavy armor. I just kind of look at all my heavy armor and just shrug.
And just does this as he shrugs. It just does this clank, clank, clank.
Yeah, I even got like a big full helmet on too, so you can't see my face. Just clunk.
Okay. In fact, as you're moving through the forests, you start finding the reason why there's no fresh animal tracks. Because the animals are dead. You find a deer that is mostly eaten. You find a few squirrels, a rabbit, just like torn apart, basically. Just bits and pieces of little bits and pieces of skin and bone, mainly. The flesh is gone.
So this time it's not like just the mushy parts, like the fat parts. It's just this time it was like random massacre. Is that what it looks like, or shall I roll for it?
You can give me a cunning check if you want to inspect it more closely.
Come on, beast lore. Yes, a 9. So that's a success.
You think that these bodies have been scavenged, that they have been eaten by maybe ravens?
So first killed by something.
You're not even sure if they were actually first killed by something or not. There's no obvious like broken bones or anything like that. Nothing that you would associate with the attack of a large predator.
Can I tell if they were dead before they were eaten, or like by the clogging of blood and stuff?
How much?
Yes,
how many levels of success did you have?
I had a 9 minus 13, so that's going to be what, 4?
Yes, 4 levels. Yes. You're not 100% sure, but you think they might have actually been killed and then eaten.
All right, so the rest of you basically see me as I'm inspecting the larger bodies. All of a sudden, my face would just freeze, and I'll just freeze myself, and I'll just look over you without saying any word, and I'll look like worried as I've never been as worried before. You've never seen me like that worried before, and I'll suddenly start like quickly looking at the sky and like like a crazy person. It's like, what the.
And you do, in fact, see on a tree not far from you 2 ravens sitting on a branch staring at you.
All right, then I will slowly back away from the ravens and get back to the rest of the party, and I will try to actually whisper and say, don't make any sudden movements, but I'm afraid the Ambrian was right. Something scared the wild animals, but it wasn't a predator. It must have been the ravens. And I say that in an ominous voice.
Damien,
Become baddie tracker.
Damien, he kind of slowly pulls. He was pulling his sword out when he saw you nervous, and looked at you and puts it away. Like, what?
Helaben makes again a sign to ward off evil, and then asks, "What of the ravens?"
They seem to have attacked those poor animals while they were alive. And I don't know what you know about ravens, but they don't do that.
This is rather odd.
Are you sure about this?
I don't answer this with words. I answer this with unsheathing my bow and slowly going, very slowly reaching for one of my arrows
Okay.
and putting it on the bowstring. And I was like looking at you, and like I just nod and keep staring at the couple of ravens that are watching us from the tree.
I follow
I
his lead.
also-
I draw my bow and I notch an arrow.
I also take my bow and ready an arrow, but leave the bowstring in rest at the moment. So not
Not
too
strong.
much.
Yeah.
Damien draws his sword, but just kind of holds it.
Okay.
Do the crows react to that? Like, do they just keep watching us?
Not really. No, they just keep watching. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So I'm going to raise one of my hand. Okay, so I'm keeping the arrow, in the bowl, and then I'm just going to raise my arrow hand, my
Yeah.
hand, I suppose, and I'm just going to leave out 3 fingers, then 2 fingers, then 1 finger, and then I'm just going to grab the arrow, and I'll try to shoot one of the crows.
Go for it. Accurate check. Oh, sorry. For you, it's vigilant.
Hoping that my friends can take out the second one.
Okay.
All
I'll
right,
shoot the second
vigilance. A great success. I think levels don't matter at this point.
No.
So D10. I should have
You don't
rolled
need
it.
to roll damage. Ravens only have 1 hit point.
All right. So you see my arrow just going straight to this raven's body, like through the biggest part of it.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, this is a D20, right?
Yes. So you're rolling an accurate check with a d20. You need to roll
Okay.
equal or less than your accurate, which I believe is like 15 or something, because you're
It
pretty
is, yeah.
good at these things.
Oh dear, I got 19.
Okay. So the first arrow takes one of the crows straight through the chest and just it falls off the tree. The other one leaps up into the air as it sees it, just goes like, ah! Starts beating its wings, and as an arrow flies past it, and it and flies up and disappears
We had a third bowman.
amongst the tree. Yeah, but he hasn't actually put
Yep, but
his
yeah,
voice is not
I
strong.
have ready the arrow. However, I just watch the situation curiously.
And the raven disappears amongst the trees.
Perhaps we should keep moving.
Relog.
Oh, good.
Since my arrow didn't go into the trees and somewhere we
You
couldn't
can get it
find
back. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
In
And I
Indeed.
turn over to Kvarek, I believe, and say, and I just nod my head like very disappointingly without saying a word.
Give me a vigilance check, by the way.
Oh, I'm good at those. Come on.
Professor.
Success with 4 levels.
Okay. As you pick your arrow back up, you notice that something's weird about this raven. Along its beak, it has like weird, like blotches of what looks to be sort of a very dark red, like a maroon color, like some sort of disease or something. And some of its feathers are missing, like there's small patches of feathers missing.
Disease. Disease and poison. Wait a second. I'm a medicus. Diagnose diseases. Identify poisons.
You can give me a cunning check.
All right. Come on. Just barely. Success level 1.
Okay. Looking at this creature, you realize this is not a raven at all.
No.
These creatures are called vilings, or also smirches. You have heard of them. You've never seen them yourself before, but because they usually come from the depths of Davokar, where you haven't been yet. They're creatures that have been touched by the darkness that waits and sleeps in the ruins of old Symbaroum. Once they were ordinary birds, but no longer. And they are quite
Friends.
dangerous.
Friends, I pick this, and just as I have picked it and taken my arrow out, I say, friends, this is not a simple crow. And I show it. This is, I forgot the name already. And I show it to them.
They're called violings or smirches.
Filing. It's tainted. And I show it to them just very quickly so that, you know, they stop thinking I'm a crazy person.
Yeah.
Oh, don't touch it! I take several steps back as he kind of waves it in our face.
And just because I quickly showed it, and then I quickly just tear a part of, you know, some piece of cloth from somewhere, one of those things that I'm wearing. I wrap it up in the cloth so that it can burn better, and then I just, you know, try to find a place, maybe, you know, just like in the very foot of the trees where snow doesn't really gather, and I put it there, and I take out my, what's the name that starts fires and things, and I try to, you know, burn this thing. Is like,
Okay. While you're doing this, Fluffy starts growling deep in his throat.
is he
And
looking towards the skies?
yes,
Easy boy. And
look up.
as I
and you see a black cloud descending upon you. Hundreds of birds coming down from the sky. It looks like they're coming from, like, basically, it looks like tentacles that are coming from the forest and slowly forming this large flock. And now that flock is coming towards you, hundreds of ravens flying up, and they start landing all around you in the trees, just in a flood of black feathers with a few patches of gray and purple in between, landing all around you on the trees, staring at you with cold eyes. For a moment, it gets really loud, and then it gets eerily silent.
I quickly turn over to Halaban and is like, all right, you know more about this stuff. Maybe you have an idea.
I'm getting too old for this.
You can see the heavy, cold breath coming out of Damien's mask as he kind of goes to a fighting stance.
Well, I don't like this one bit. We probably should back away. If they already formed a circle around us?
They're not just in a circle, they're everywhere around you. All the trees. All the trees are sprouting feathery black fruit.
I put away my bow and I draw my sword and shield as slowly as I can.
You get the sense that hundreds of eyes are watching you while you're doing that, as they're following your movement.
We should probably form a defensive formation. And I slowly back away from the ravens in front of me towards the rest of the group.
Okay. As you're slowly drawing the weapons and sort of slowly backing away, putting your backs to backs, one of the ravens goes, "Ah!" And then another one goes, "Ah!" And then, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." It's just this cacophony of sound everywhere around you. And then all of them explode into motion and come swirling towards you, a black flood of feathers, sharp beaks, and cold eyes. And they just come, and for a moment you get the impression that they are merging and becoming something larger, something greater or lesser than your ordinary birds. And with that, we are entering combat as the Violings attack you. And the Violings have the highest initiative of all of you. And the Violings will be attacking Fluffy.
More than a 15?
15, yeah.
Bastards.
That's what they have.
I also have 15.
You're using, yeah, you're right. You're using your, I forgot about that. You're using your thing. So yeah, you are actually,
Vigilance for everything.
You're
Yeah.
actually first. You're right. Yes, because you have influence for initiative as well.
Cool.
So what do you want to do?
Doesn't really do much though. Is there like a just before the others started forming a circle, I
Yes.
wanted to do a quick check if there's any type of a burrow, even a badger burrow somewhere that I can just jump into.
Give me a vigilance check, maybe.
All right. 3 level 3.
Nothing that you can see at the moment.
All right, well, then I'll try to then join the circle and release an arrow towards
Go for it.
well, this figure that is forming. And I'm hoping that, well, I only have like 10 arrows and there's like thousands of those, so these hundreds of those. I know it's inevitable. Oh, come on. Barely success, but that's a success.
You get a -5 to that roll.
Oh, I get a -5 on that roll.
Yes. Their defense,
So that's a failure then.
the Viling's defense is a -5, which means that you subtract 5 from whatever you attack them. So you take a shot at the arrow, you hit one crow, but the others sort of whoosh, move to the side, and that one single crow falls down, but the others ignore that completely and just come swarming down upon you. From all
And I
directions.
shout, I got one!
Yes. And then as you're shouting that, about 20 birds tackle you, trying to basically land on you and just start pecking you. So Thorwell, Fluffy, and Halaban, you all need to give me defense checks. The Viling's attack is a -3, so you're subtracting -3 from your defense, and you're both attacked. All three of you are attacked twice, so you have to roll me 2 defense checks.
I'll roll my defense checks first.
Yep, -3. That is a success. That is a fail.
It is a fail. I have a 14 quick, so
Yes.
yeah, definitely.
So so you batter some of them away, but others land on you and start pecking you, and that is for Fluffy.
The second one, no, that's my second.
Didn't you roll
so-
twice? You rolled like a 2 and a 16.
Once a 16, and now a 4. So I got hit by the first wave and avoided the second, and now twice for Fluffy.
Okay.
And no. And it is -3, right?
Yes.
Yes, the second one made it.
Okay, so you both take 1 hit, and Thorwell as well. 2 defenses, please.
I'm gonna go ahead
He
and
succeeds.
no question.
Sorry, he succeeds in the first one, and then he's about to. Well, I'm as a player about to know what happens on a 20.
A 20 is just a fail. It's a bad fail.
Okay, good. So 1 success, 1 fail.
So you all take. Well, actually, all of you roll me armor, because now
I'm gonna jump in front of one of the attacks that go against Thorol.
Am I included in the
He's my bodyguard.
all of you roll?
No, just the ones that were hit. So okay, so Thorwell, yeah, you can do that for sure. Demian jumps up and basically uses his body as a shield and pushes the crows that would hit you away. Just for the record, you have to say that when I'm declaring attacks.
Oh, okay.
Because that means he doesn't roll. No, it's fine for now, just so you know for the future.
Okay.
Because he doesn't get to roll defense against that. He just needs to hit the hit, basically. Anyway, but for now, we'll let it go. So which means that Demian, Halaban, and Fluffy all take 1 hit from the Vilings. So you roll me armor for all of you guys?
Yep.
I rolled a 6.
No, you don't have to roll. It's
I was hit once.
Demian took the hit for you.
For me?
Yes, he has the bodyguard ability.
I'm in medium armor. You should have.
No, I jumped in front of Thorol, right? That's
that's Torderson.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I meant to say Halaban.
Okay.
My bad. I got
Okay,
it.
sure. So Halaban, you don't need to roll defense armor then.
Okay. Then I roll once for Fluffy.
Yes.
And 3. Nice.
Okay. The vilings are pecking at you and trying to get to your flesh, but Fluffy shakes them off with his thick coat, and Thorvald's armor also is protecting him. They're everywhere. They're pecking at you and trying to pierce you, but they're not strong enough to break through your armor.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing for Dimian. Roll me an armor check.
I did. I got an 8.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. You just feel it feels like the raindrops, heavy raindrops landing on your metal armor. Your plate mail is holding up. The birds are everywhere. There's hundreds of them pecking it and screeching and clawing, but they're not strong. They're still birds. And that was their turn, which means we have Halaban and then Fluffy. Philip, your turn.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the birds are flocking all around us, and
Yes,
or
they're
you
everywhere.
mentioned earlier they tried to form sort of a shape.
No, that was just what you imagined for a moment. They're not really forming a shape.
Okay, so I try to shoot. Well, can I try to shoot more than one bird out of the sky?
At the moment, you cannot shoot at all because they're like all around you. You have to go. This is melee combat now.
Okay, so then I drop my bow, take out my dagger, and just hack at them and try to stab as much as I can.
Okay, their defense is at -5, so you have to roll an accurate attack or whatever you're using for your attacks at a -5.
Okay. And yep, that is success.
Roll damage.
When you
Which
say
is
-5, is that -5 to the die roll or to your
-5 to your stat. It's a little weird. It takes a bit used to it, but when I say an enemy has a stat that is a minus, that's actually good for them. So it's bad for you. A minus stat is actually good because that's a dangerous stat, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 damage.
Okay, well, the vilings don't seem to be particularly impressed. You stab like 2 of them or so with your dagger, but they don't really seem to be hurt by it much.
Okay, and Fluffy also just tries to maul at them and take down as many as.
He rears back on his hind legs and just like starts scratching them. They are too fast. They just explode into motion in front of him. He misses and drops down to the ground, and then they're all over him again instantly. Kvarek, your turn.
Raising my shield to kind of cover my face and neck, I just start swinging wildly with my sword.
All right. Chopping down, that's an accurate check with a -5.
All right. I missed terribly.
You swish through the air, but the creatures they seem intelligent or at least aware of the danger that your shield poses. They're just shifting and moving around it. You maybe manage to cut down like 1 or 2, but it doesn't really do much at all. Dimian, your turn.
All right, so Damien's kind of sitting there with the birds pecking at him. He shakes a little bit to try and get him off, and he kind of spins his sword patiently, waiting for a good clump. And once he sees a good clump, he swings down it as hard as he can.
Go for it. Great sword attack.
All right, let's go. -5, right?
Yes.
Cool. Normally would hit, but no.
No, again, these creatures are fast. They're swirling all around you, in your face, but they're still somehow managing to avoid your blade. Mm-hmm. And that was the combat round over, which means we are back at the top. Thorvald.
All right. Am I still muted? No? Cool. Is there like any penalties because I'm still with my longbow?
That's a good question. I'm actually not sure. Let's see.
Sorry, it's my first time.
It's all right. I don't even know how that actually works. I believe you get... See.
-2 disadvantage?
Yeah, something along those lines. I just have to find where it says that actual rule. It doesn't actually say anything anywhere. It's a little weird.
Is it one of those games where you can shoot point blank without any?
Yeah, possibly. Let me see. Disengage from melee combat. Draw. Doesn't actually say anything, so I don't know. Maybe I'll find it later. Shield, flanking, stand up, special actions, healing, wounds, defense. I can't say that I can see anything.
I will take it if you intuitively just give me a -2. Like,
Yeah,
I think a disadvantage is like this, right? -2, +2.
Yeah. Just let's just say you get -2. Yeah.
All right, come on. Trigger the cluster, and I miss.
So you get a minus in total. You get a -7.
Yeah, and I miss.
Okay. You take a shot, but there's just too many birds, and they're all over you. You can't focus, and your arrow flies, hits nothing, just a tree. The swarms now will keep attacking Fluffy and Halaban because they're the two juiciest targets.
And once again, I'm going to go try to guard Halaban.
Yep. So you take 1 automatic hit, Demian. Fluffy rolls me 2 defense checks. So you're taking, actually with bodyguard, I believe you would take both hits. Let me see.
Yeah, I think I have to make a resolute roll too, I believe, in order to do it.
Oh yeah, you have to roll. That's right. You have to roll a resolute check. That's right. It's not automatic. You're right.
Yep. I just read it again. I forgot about that. So we'll see if I can do it. Nope. Never mind.
Okay, you're not brave enough at this moment.
Did it the first time.
But also, you just relog real quick.
Okay.
Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to roll 2 rolls for Fluffy first.
Yes.
So, nope,
That's a fail.
and nope.
And that's another fail. Fluffy takes 2 hits.
Yep, and now mine.
Yep.
And, 1 second, too quick. Yes, have a negative modifier?
Yes, it is a negative modifier is -3.
Okay, I still make it.
Okay.
And,
Now you don't have to roll. Oh no, you do have to roll. Sorry, yeah.
yep, and on the second turn, not.
Okay, so roll me armor once for you and twice for
Yep.
Fluffy. And
Mine first.
Yep.
So 1,
okay.
and now twice for Fluffy. 1 and 2.
Okay, so Fluffy takes 3 points of damage, and you take also 3 points of damage. You take 2 points of damage as the vilelings finally find flesh and start pecking at it and tearing out chunks of fur at Fluffy. And the third viling attacks are going to go against Kvarek this time. So Kvarek, roll me 2 defense checks with a -3.
Oh shit.
Although your defense is pretty decent, I believe.
I have an 11.
Okay, it's not that good. I thought it would be better.
So how does armor factor into defense?
And not at all.
Okay.
In fact, it might subtract from your defense.
And that was a minus what?
It is a -3.
So I'm at.
If your defense is 11, you're rolling against an 8.
Failed the first one. Failed the second one.
Okay, the vilings are everywhere, trying to get through your armor. Now armor comes into effect. You are hit, but we'll see if you're actually wounded. Now roll me armor twice. I believe it is a 1d8 that you have, right? Oh no, 1d10. I gave you heavy armor. So roll me 2d10.
All right, here goes. I got a 1 and a 2.
Wow, you actually take damage despite wearing heavy armor. You take 3 points of damage in total.
Oh god, get him off!
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Is it too late to transfer some of my damage to Fluffy?
Yes, it is too late.
Okay.
However,
Is toughness your health points?
yes, toughness is your health points.
Okay.
So you lose 3 of those. Halaban, it is your turn. You're swarmed. The creatures are everywhere, crawling on you, pecking at you. One of them pecks you in the ear, tries to rip off your ear. Blood flows.
Well, despite my injuries, I still try to hack at them with the dagger.
Okay. -5.
So, accurate. -5, and nope.
No. And Fluffy.
And Fluffy also tries to maul again.
Yep.
And, oh yeah, definitely.
That is a hit. Oh yeah. Roll damage for Fluffy.
Damage is 1d6, so 1.
Okay. Yeah, that's he just catches like 2 of those in his mouth and spits it out immediately, as they seem to not taste that great. But there's still over 100 of those creatures around you. Kvarek.
I'm swinging away. It's -5, right?
Yes.
So I failed by 1.
That's too bad. You swing, you catch one, you cut it in half, but there's so many of them, one does not make a difference at all. Damien.
Once again, Damien's gonna kind of swing his blade back and forth and look for a group, a cluster,
Yeah.
and see what he can do.
Most of the clusters are actually on your friends, I believe, I'm afraid.
Hey, what's up? I made it.
Excellent. Roll damage. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Your damage is like D12 or something, right?
A D12.
Oh, shit. Okay, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah. A 3.
Yeah, okay. That could have gone better.
So he finally finds a nice group and takes out a couple of them.
Yeah, pretty much. There's splatters of blackish blood on the snow now, but the vilings seem unimpressed, totally unimpressed. And we have back to Thorvald. Still trying to find a shot that will actually do something.
Still trying to also find a rule for that, and I don't really. I mean, I already went through Google and everything. Let's see. They are forming in like one formation, right? They're not like
there are three clusters that you could say.
Oh, 3 clusters.
Yes.
Oh, damn it. Okay, and then I suppose if we keep that disadvantage shooting into melee, I'd rather do that than resort to my scimitar.
Sure, it's up to you.
All right, come on, and I miss again.
Okay. Trying to find a shot, but there's just too many birds in your face. The swarms will be keeping attacking Halaban, Fluffy, and this time they're moving over to Thorvald again.
Once again, I'm going to try and do my bodyguard to Halaban.
Yep. Give me a resolute check. That's a D12. That's a D20. That a success?
Yep, it's a success.
Okay, this time you have what it takes. And you take 2 hits. So roll me 2 armor instantly. As a swarm, you leap into the fray and you just nothing. They cannot beat Ambrian steel. No way.
I kind of scream, laugh at them. Ha ha!
Okay. Fluffy and Thorvald, 2 defense checks, please.
Was it -3, right?
Yes, -3.
2 successes, 1 with a 1 if it matters.
Not really, no. But yeah, you parry all the vilings coming your way, bash them away with your fists and your bow and everything, and none of them manages to actually land on you and get a good peck in.
1 success for Fluffy.
Fluffy
and
takes 1 hit.
Once armor 4.
And nothing, but the hit does not do anything. There's vilings all over him, some of them trying to crawl to his face to peck at his eyes, but he shakes his head and shakes them off without taking any damage. Haliban and Fluffy.
Well, I hack again.
Go for it.
And oh yeah, nice. This time I managed to do it. And 2 damage.
Okay. And Fluffy?
And Fluffy mauls also with all his might. And oh yeah, with a 1. Amazing.
Nice. I think actually, let me see if a natural 1 is actually. I think I read something about it. I think it's like 1d4 extra damage or something. Along those.
Oh, for attack, yes, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it's the only thing that's actually. Yeah, I think it's 1d4 extra damage. So you just roll 1d6. I think that's Fluffy's damage, right? And plus 1d4.
Yep. So 2 plus 4, so 6 damage.
Nice. Yeah, Fluffy's 1, 2, 3. Okay, and with that, Fluffy rears up and just tears through a massive flock with his claws and bites down on several. And the flock that surrounds him all of a sudden flies up and scatters. And as you can see, the vilings now seem filled with fear and sudden panic and disappear into the forest around you. But that one group anyway that was attacking Fluffy. 2 more flocks remain. Kvarek, your turn.
Swinging away.
Go for it.
Hey, I hit. Got an 8.
Go for it. Yeah, excellent. Using the short distraction of the birds, you leap in, swing your longsword down.
That is 1d10 damage.
Yes, it is.
I dealt a 5.
Not bad.
Also, because I have the depth.
Yes, you do. You have a
shield fighter.
Yes, you can do now a second attack with shield fighter. So you can do another a shield bash, basically, attack.
I missed it for that one.
Okay. This time, you swing and cut down several, 4 or 5 of them. But as you try to smack at them with his shield, you're too slow. Dimian.
Smacky.
Go for it.
Oh, yay, I do it. I do the thing.
You hit, yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. All right, so
12.
let's roll higher than a 3.
And you're attacking the flock that is attacking Haliban, right?
Yeah, I kind of jumped in front of it, and then I kind of wing at him with an 11 damage.
Wow. Okay, with that, you swing your great sword, your bastard sword, like 3 or 4 times. With every single stroke, you cut through 4 or 5 of the ravens, the vilings, and there's hardly anything left of the flock as you're finished. And the little bit that's left just explodes into flight and flees away.
That laugh he had let out when they tried to bite him, he lets out again. Ha! Weak!
Picking on birds, yeah. Thorvald, there's only about a third of the vilings left. So many have been slain. The rest has fled into the forest.
So maybe I can get a shot.
Yeah, maybe. This time it is no longer the -2 because you're no longer in melee range at the moment.
Ah, cool. And it's also thorough. There's no W there. It's not only you who renamed me.
Oh, thorough, you're right.
I hit! Yes!
Excellent. Roll damage to see.
Finally, let me find a D10 because one of the rarely used dice. 7.
Nice. 2, 3. And with that, the last swarm explodes into flight as you shoot like several arrows and shoot down like 3 or 4 with each arrow, basically. Because the arrow can just fly straight through and hit several of them like a ballista, really. The vilings disappear with a mighty caw and the rush of feathers and wings, and leaving dozens of their kin slain behind, their blackish brown blood staining the ground all over and feathers everywhere.
You see, guys, I did that finally.
You survived your first combat in Symbaroum. Congratulations.
Yes, indeed. Is anyone hurt, guys?
You see, Demon kind of looks at his armor. It dented a little bit, but I'm all right.
I kind of wipe some of the bloody claw marks off my neck. Have some new scars from this.
Well, good. And with that, I walk over to Fluffy, and I try to, if I can, use lay on hands first on Fluffy and then on me.
Sure. I think that should work fine.
Okay, so I need to make a resolute check each. So, yep, for Fluffy, and nope for myself. And for Fluffy, that means
How much
1d6.
corruption do you get for each of those? Is that just one, or is it 1d4?
Just one.
Okay.
So Fluffy gets 3 toughness back, and I get 1 corruption.
Okay.
And may I try again on myself, or?
I sit at the back and I just like chuckle. It's like, yeah, magic tricks.
Do I still get corruption if I fail the resolute test to activate the ability?
No. Actually, I believe yes. It's a good question. But yeah, I don't see anything that's saying no, because you're still casting the spell. It just fails. But
Okay.
So you still get. So you take. This is your 3rd corruption point.
Yep, it is. Okay.
And you can do it on yourself. So yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So with
I
that,
go over to you and raise my hand and say, "Stop, stop, please! You're overexerting yourself, and this is not the place for us to do so. Do you, by any chance, have any herbs on you?"
no, unfortunately not. But tell me, brother, what do you know of such things? Have you walked the green path?
I have not walked the green path, of course, but we also survive in the wilderness without the helps of witches. You know, you're not such a common sight, so we needed to learn to basically patch our wounds without your help. And then I'll take out my pouch of. They're not actually healing herbs per se, but I have a bit of a string and a bit of a large needle and a little bit of dust just to numb the pain from sewing them up. And you also have a little bit of wound still, right? The bear and
Yeah.
who's hit Clarek, right?
Yeah.
All right. Cunning test for both of them. Orange for the bears.
The bear is already healed.
Healed all the way up?
All the way up.
All right. So then just for Clarek then. And I say, I take a... Sorry?
I still have some few scratches left, but I'm also a bit better.
So you and Clarek.
Some few bleeding scratches are left open. However, some of them have already closed up and practically vanished from my body.
So I go up and check your scratches, both with Clarek, right? And
I tilt my head back to let you get a good look.
And I take a few of that dust and I just apply it to the wound just to make sure that it doesn't, infect. And then I start sewing. All right, then gray for the witch. Sorry, for the warlock. Maybe. Yeah. All right.
Yep.
And orange for the.
I believe they're actually called man witches in Symbaroum, the male witches. But
all right.
Okay.
2 successes. Nice.
Good. So that's 1d4 for each of you.
Yep. And that's gonna be both ones.
Okay. Well, better than nothing. He sews as you're just gritting your teeth and feeling the poke of the needle as he sews close some of the larger wounds.
can I say? That should do it to at least not make it worse for the night.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy that doesn't usually reply with a "you're welcome," so I'll remain silent.
So now what? Those birds are still out there.
Indeed.
I don't think the birds are the primary enemy, but I believe there's still something else in here.
So I believe we follow the birds, brother, as you refresh your hang up.
Yeah, you can follow the birds. The birds all flew away sort of westwards. Most of them,
Yes.
anyway.
Yes, I think you're right, brother. We could follow the birds.
Those things are still like, although tainted, like natural beings. They eat and they crap, right?
Yes.
So I believe such a multitude of birds will at least leave a lot of bird crapping along the way.
Very possibly, yes. What you remember from vilings is how people think they are created is basically they're carrying birds, eating the kills of creatures that are themselves tainted, leaving some of the taint behind in their prey, so to speak, and then the carrion birds get infected.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll definitely look at the direction that they went away at and look for like crappings and such, because I believe that's the only track that you can, actually look for in birds.
Yes, that is true. Give me a cunning check.
No vigilance?
Oh, vigilant. Yeah, sorry, vigilant. Yes, not you're. Yeah.
2, so a lot of success.
Excellent. Without any problems, you determine that the vilings seem to have been coming from the west, and that seems to be generally the area where they seem to be concentrated on.
Uh-huh. So follow me, brothers, and maybe this time try to be as quiet as possible. And I turn towards the armored knight and is like, just try.
See, he once again kind of shrugs, and as he's walking, you see he's making a big effort to like take slow steps, but it's still like clonk, clonk.
All right, so we push onward through the forest, following the droppings of the birds, which are vile. They're not called vilings for nothing. And you come to an area in the forest where there seems to be more and more dead animals. And you even come upon a horse. You're not quite sure what a horse is doing this deep into the forest. This is after walking about half an hour or so. And it's been, as the other animals you've seen, it's been eaten like completely by the vilings. There is, every now and then, there's single vilings that you can still see in the trees, but they seem to be acting far more naturally now than they don't seem aggressive at all, and most of them are like hop away if you approach.
I for once won't attack them again, because last time we did it, it wasn't good. So, but this horse that you mentioned, I want to approach it and just, check if there's any harness or piece of saddles left.
There was, in fact, yes. Even the harness and piece of saddle have been mostly eaten. But there's a little bit here and there left, just enough for you to realize that this was definitely a riding horse, not like a field horse or like a plowing horse or something like that.
Point these things towards the others and say, anyone recognize any of these? Any maybe who made them or?
Not really. It's hard to say anything specific.
Could have come from the Vernell Manor.
It may have been the Lord's horse. He was killed on the road, and if whatever beast this is has any intelligence, it may have dragged it back here.
If it's like the snow leopards back at home, maybe. All right. If that speaks nothing to us, then we shall proceed, I guess. With great vigilance, of course. and as much stealth as we can get in these woods with this guy.
I concur, brother. The only thing we can surely say is that this horse has not been dragged here by the birds.
I also believe so. They usually hunt in the mountains, and that's where they live. This is a forest, not a good place for them.
You continue walking for another 15, 20 minutes maybe. It's now around noon, basically. And you come upon a small clearing in the forest. First really decent-sized clearing, the first really noticeable clearing that you have seen. And there's a small pond in the center of the clearing. And around the clearing, there is dead bodies, humans, but completely torn apart. These were definitely not attacked by the vilings, or not killed by the vilings anyway. The humans, they're wearing what looks to be the remains of chainmail armor. They're half covered in snow and completely frozen solid. And a lot of their flesh has been eaten by the vilings, most likely. Their eyes have torn out, their tongues gone. But a lot of their flesh is also still remaining as it was protected by the chainmail that they were wearing. And there is bits and pieces of them strewn all over this whole clearing, as if something actually attacked them and tore them to shreds.
I again make a sign to ward off evil and take out my bow again.
Okay.
I will also spit behind my shoulder. That's my word of sign. And I'll actually. Are they like in the clearing? Like we're still in the bushes and they're in the clearing?
Basically, yeah.
All right. I'll try to determine from my vantage point over here, basically using my senses. If, for example, they just eaten the flesh out, and maybe they carried some sacks and backpacks and whatnot, and just try to determine if these things have been ravaged or left intact.
Give me a perception, a vigilance check.
Yep.
Sort of
my best thing.
Tell
right.
the others to stay behind, sneak up a little closer, and take a little closer look from the edge of the clearing.
Success 7.
Okay. You do not see any backpacks or anything like that on the people. You do, however, spot some weapons, some of them broken, some of them not, lying around the clearing as well. These corpses look like they've been here for quite a while, though. Weeks, at least, maybe months even. Preserved by the cold, of course. Quite well.
I crawl back to the bushes and relay that information to everyone, and also give out my suspicion, my personal suspicion that, usually people trading through the woods will be carrying backpacks and everything, but I didn't see any. But it's probably been a while, and might as well have been carried by wild animals. So, yeah. I have no idea how that happened, but I'm a little bit worried. And of course, I would suggest more caution, even more caution, if it's possible. Ambrian.
You think the wild animals tore those people to shreds, brother?
Couldn't tell from that far, and if we were going to approach those poor souls, I suggest we do it together. But what I could tell is that their backpacks are missing, if they had any, or who knows? I mean, could be anything. Maybe they rushed into the forest for some reason and didn't actually carry much with them.
Perhaps this was the god that went with the Lord when he was slain. I kind of look for if I saw their symbol when we were at the manor, I kind of look to see if there's like any banners or any sort of their symbols on them.
You don't actually see any symbol at the manor. But the type of armor that these corpses are wearing kind of looks similar to the ones that the guards were wearing. I mean,
Okay. And
not something like, it's not like a very special type of armor or anything, but it does seem uniform as such.
same sort of fashion. Okay, so
Yeah.
Damien will look to everyone. I'll walk out to the clearing, and if there's anything there, could probably draw it out.
Just relog real quick, please, before we do that.
And since none of you told me about various posses sent over to check the woods, that's why I was telling you that I have no idea who these people are.
That's true. You don't actually know about that. Yeah, that's right.
I was outside all the time.
That is true. So, Damien, you step out into the clearing?
Yeah, I step out and I kind of look at the bodies a little closer.
Mm-hmm. They look definitely like they've been here for a while. The little flesh that's remaining is like completely blue and white, basically. As I said, some of the bodies are still covered in snow. Others are sort of sunken in. One of them is like half in the water, actually. It's been for a while. And as I said, most of them, the flesh has been eaten. The armor does look very similar to the one that you have seen at the manor, though, the chainmail armor style that the Jakad and his men were wearing. Okay.
Damien looks very like for someone who looks more like a lord. Like if there's anyone whose armor or clothing.
Nothing you can see.
Higher station.
No. All in all, you'd say there must be 4 men here.
Okay.
But no one you see that looks obviously higher station or such.
Okay. He just kind of stands there with the sword out looking around, shrugs to everyone in the bushes.
Give me a vigilance check.
Okay.
That's a D6. Oh no, wait, that's not a D6. 12. Is that a success?
Heck no.
Probably not. I thought not. Okay, yeah, you look around. That's all you notice.
He just clanks and shrugs to everyone.
So,
bows out, at least and I will slowly, but try to crouch, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Towards him, as he said, like, yeah, there's no one, but I don't really trust an Ambrian. So.
Also, he has his helmet on, so he can only see like.
Yeah. So also try to take a look around. The half 360. So yeah, 120.
Go for it.
That's usually my job. If there's no penalties, I just made it.
Okay. The bodies don't really tell you much. They've been here for a while. However, you do spot something interesting at the very southern edge of the clearing. There seems to be there's a few moss-covered rocks, and you spot what looks to be a small, like a cave entrance in between them.
I will try to impersonate an owl whistle. I'll try to whistle as an owl, so that everyone looks at me is like, what the fuck? And then I'll turn over to that mossed rocks and slowly try to crouch in that direction so that basically turn their attention to them.
Okay.
Damien kind of stands there, kind of hesitantly, and looks at you to see if you want him to go forward or not.
I'm already past that, so you have to make your own decision. You're looking at my back right now.
Kaveric moves forward, following our lead.
Okay.
And Helaban and Fluffy, after they both have seen that nothing bad has happened so far, also hesitantly follow the rest of the group.
Okay. As you approach the cave mouth, Thoral, you smell this stench. It's like a mixture of rotten food and like old sweat and something else, something darker mixed into it. The hair on the back of your neck instantly stands up, and you feel that your muscles are instantly starting to like be extremely on edge.
Oh god, my heightened senses probably don't like that.
And as you look in, you can see this doesn't seem to be as much as a cave. It's more like a burrow, I guess. It's a short tunnel that seems to be ending in a small room, basically. That's all you can really see from the little bit of light that's falling in.
How narrow is that? And by the way, my sixth sense doesn't give me like any penalties in dim light.
Yeah, I know. That's why you can see all the way to the bottom, so to speak. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to. The rest of you just sees like a black cable, really.
So how narrow?
It is just narrow enough that like maybe a large person, like someone who, like say, for instance, like Dimian, could fit through.
Like crawl through, probably, not like on foot or
Yeah,
anything.
no, not walking. No, not walking.
Yeah, just crawling through.
Crawl, yeah, all fours, yeah.
I turn around and judging by them, I try to quickly judge by their looks. Do they like see like pitch black darkness, or do they see what I see? And probably none of them does. And
No,
I just make a sigh and I was like, okay, it's probably gonna be me. And you see me as I release my my arrow. I put it back in my quiver. I hand over to whoever is like behind me my longbow, and I take out my scimitar in my hands, so that I'll probably have to crawl with my scimitar in front of me.
Okay.
And I was like, if you hear anything, just, you know, try to come in and drag me by my feet if I start shouting. Just, you know, you get the idea, right? It's a hole, and I'm going to go crawl through it.
What's the burrow made out of?
Rocks partially, and then further down it seems to be partially ground as well.
I look at is it Furl?
Thorough, yes.
Yeah, I look at him. You sure about this?
As much as anything around here.
Damien kind of hold on, and he gets one of the other people's ropes. He doesn't have one. Get a rope, and he ties it around your waist. There. If something happens, I'll pull you out with this.
Oh, you're smart. I didn't think of that. And he feels kind of embarrassed admitting that in like out loud, and is like, did I just say that? Sorry.
Damien is kind of shocked you like applauded him for something. Oh, okay. Yeah, some pretty good anchor, weigh a lot. With all this on, I can pull you back.
All right, but then I just suggest, of course, with my immediate stupid smarts, you better just tie around my ankle, because if something happens underneath, it will be harder to pull me through that narrow thing if it's around my waist. You know, it could be like.
He shrugs and he reties it around your ankle.
Okay, so with a rope around your ankle,
Just one of them, of course.
Thoral starts climbing you. So you're holding your scimitar with one hand, sort of?
Yeah, one hand in front of me, and I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, sort of crawling in on all fours. Okay. Are you taking a light source with you?
I'm finally checking in dim light, so I feel pretty much good about myself, and I don't.
Okay.
In complete darkness, I can just judge distance, not distances, but like directions. But in dim light, I can see things. So.
Yeah. So you crawl down. It's, as I said, the tunnel isn't very long. It's maybe about like 2.5 meters, 3 meters long. You crawl through that, and you're now in a space where you can stand up, but you sort of have to stand like hunched over, basically. You wouldn't be able to right yourself completely. And this stench is unbelievable in here. You're like actually like struggling to not to vomit, basically, as you are standing down here. In fact, give me a resolute check, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm so good at these. Oh, a 7. That might do it. Yeah, my resolute is 9.
You managed to hold your vomit in and sort of breathe in a few times, which you realize was the wrong idea to do, the wrong thing to do. But you shake off these few waves of nausea running through your head, sort of one hand held in front of your mouth, start looking around. It's quite dark in here, even for your heightened senses, but you can see sort of vague shapes, and you realize this is some sort of it's a small room, basically. It's not a room by any means, like not an actual room. This is a natural cave, a small cave room. It's about maybe 2.5 yards long or so, and maybe a yard and a half wide. So really not that large. But you do see that there is bits and pieces of metal lying around on the floor.
Okay, I'm going to search them.
Some large pieces of metal. You pick some up, and you think it looks like there's pieces of armor lying around here, of some sort of heavy armor, basically scattered around the ground. You also find what looks to be like some sort of large fur that's on the ground, nearly like a I don't know, like a bedroll or something along those lines, basically. But everything's like covered with this maybe it's dried blood or some sort of mud or something, you're not quite sure, with this sort of this half liquid substance. Or
Any
not
other exits on the inside?
No, it's just that one small room. There's no other pathways leading onward from there.
So perhaps with my beast lore, can I determine if this is like any animal that makes such a burrow, or
you can't think of any animal like that? No.
So it's so kind of weird.
Definitely, yes, definitely. In fact, give me a vigilance check.
Success with 1.
Okay. You do find basically sort of grasping around with your free hand, you find something, some smaller piece of metal, smaller than the other ones, and you pick it up and you see that it's a little piece of metal, sort of vaguely circular, that seems to be tied to like a thin chain that you're holding in your hand now.
Well, I do want to pull it.
No, it's not like tied to anything. It's just a chain.
It's just
a piece of metal.
Piece of chain.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a very thin, fine chain. It feels very cold in your hand.
Well, it seems to be the only more peculiar thing around here. Apart from the whole layer, of course, no natural animal does make such a layer. So I'd still want to, just trash around the actual bedroll place.
It's not really a bedroll. It's just a piece of fur, basically.
Yeah, pieces of fur. I imagine it like that. Pieces of fur just thrown around just to make a place for someone.
No, it's actually one single fur.
Okay.
It's like one single large piece of fur.
So could hide with the fur on the outside. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well then, I don't know. I'll take that, and I'll wank at the rope so that the guys can just drag me out, so that I don't do all the work.
Sure.
So because I'll be dragging all this thing, the small chain in my hands.
Yeah.
I'll probably pocket it before that.
You can pocket it. Yeah.
And then I'll take this for beds or what not. And just as I'm going out of the burrow, I'll see if there's anything like underneath and hide.
Nothing really. No.
Perhaps hidden.
When you pull on the rope, Damien assumes you're in trouble, so he's like hauling this thing as fast as he can out.
Yeah. So you're like pulled backwards by your ankle.
As the Embryon starts to haul at the rope, Fluffy is supporting him and just snaps a piece of rope and also runs directly away from the burrow entrance.
So a lot of mud is going into my nose and my mouth because I'm on the way back.
Well, give me a strong check.
Okay. One strong check for Fluffy coming up.
No. Thorol, not Fluffy.
Oh, for me?
Oh.
Yes.
That's a failure.
Okay, you take 1 point of damage. as you are banged against the wall, so to speak, of this burrow as you're lifted out with pretty decent speed. Not necessarily something you have been prepared for. You just
As soon as
your head a little.
As soon as you fly out, I draw my sword and I start going in. I'll get it! I'm just gonna start crawling through.
Okay, you're crawling into the darkness with your great sword out, and you realize this sword is not the best weapon for this sort of circumstance because you can hardly move it.
I cough and I realize like, relax, people. Who let the bear drag me out? And I cough and reel, and my lungs are full of dust, and that's my one damage, I suppose. I sprained an ankle.
Yeah, that could be. It's all together. You just have a few bruises now, basically.
Thank you. But yeah, and I tell them all about this thing, and I also show them the small chain that I found, a piece of it.
The small chain is actually made of silver, and it seems to be some sort of amulet.
Well, I give it to the witch man then.
Okay.
To inspect further if they can.
Well, I eye it a bit suspiciously and try to inspect it further and make something out of it.
Okay. Give me a vigilance check. Or cunning. Actually, no, vigilance is more... Actually, cunning. No, cunning. In this case, cunning. Give me a cunning check.
Okay. And that's a success with 6 levels of success.
You realize this is not actually an amulet, it's a locket. So you can open it up. And you find a small opening, or you push your finger in, and it opens up, and you can see 2 drawings of people inside, one on each side. One of them shows a young woman, and the other one shows a young man. They look Ambrian, both of them, based on their clothing and such. But that's all you can say, really.
Well, Dimian, could you come over here, please?
He kind of starts scooting, realizing that there's no imminent danger. Kind of starts scooting out of the hole,
like backwards.
Oh, there you are. Look at this. Forel has found this small locket here, and I show him the drawings of the people inside.
He looks at it.
Do you recognize any of them? They look like your people.
One Ambrian knows all of them.
You do actually recognize one of them. The woman looks very similar to Lady Vernell.
Oh, okay. Well,
the man you have not seen before, not that you know anyway.
If I'm not mistaken, the woman is the Lady Vernell from the manor. Tell me, did you find anything else down there? Besides,
I think Mr. Thodor has disappeared on us for a moment, but he can point out the big piece of fur that he took out. Looking at that, you realize it is actually a bear fur, and it's filled with like dried blood and some sort of other yucky substances.
Well, if I had to make an assumption, I believe this would be the Lord's amulet. Perhaps he fled down there or something.
Or maybe he was dragged down there, and at the realization that it is a bear fur with fairly fresh blood, Fluffy lets out this kind of disgusted growl.
Oh, so you did have some information. You told me you found nothing. And now suddenly you are telling me about people who were sent after them and the Lord's amulet and whatnot.
Well, I mean, the Lord went out and was killed by this monster, but that's all we learned.
Yeah, and you didn't tell me even that. Am I just your guide?
Sure.
Basically.
I may have already told you, you just weren't listening to me. You don't tend to listen to me a lot. He kind of smiles, but you can't see it.
Well, that's true. I suppose you're right. But At the meantime, he would have like gone to one of the nearby trees and peed next to it, and then of course burrowed it just to cover the smell. And as he's coming back, like, I think a plan is forming as I'm massaging my sprained ankle. And I was like, if this seems like a burrow of a creature that attacked the people, maybe it will come back here at some point. So maybe you, Angrian, can just prance around with your horse and make a lot of noise, and we can hide in the woods and ambush this creature.
Well, if I had my horse, I'd prance on it, but I will sit here and make noise if you wish. Try to bring it out. Or we could go in there and try to find it.
Go in where?
The burrow.
There were no other exits of this burrow. This was just like a burrow that it uses to sleep in.
You didn't go any further down?
There
When you
were
went in
no
there?
other. There were no other exits down.
So you mean to say you went all the way to the end?
As far as I could see, yes.
All right. Well, we could
Seems like
set
just
up an
a
ambush
burrow
here.
for, like a resting place of sorts.
Sense to me.
Did you see any tracks down there, brother?
It was a bit too muddy and too much of, manure and tracks all over the place. So, but yeah, you said tracks, so I suppose it would be probably a good idea to go around and check for other tracks around this clearing, if they just go to any other place, or they maybe just all circle around here. So I'm not only looking for tracks right now, I'm also trying to determine whether they go and come back,
Okay,
something like
certainly.
that, if it circles around an area.
Give me a vigilance check.
Come on! No! So no.
So while this is happening, Kaveric is going to head back over to where those bodies were near the pond.
Yeah. Well, that's only like, I don't know, 10 yards or so away from the actual like barrow.
Okay. And I push one of them, I flip one of them over, pulling him out of the snow, and I'm going to start kind of working him over, checking for any valuables or any.
Okay. Yeah, you would actually find money pouches that have been carried by these people that have not been taken away. And you would find about, let me see, how much would they be carrying?
So yeah, in the meantime, I come back and I won't tell you I didn't find any tracks. I'll just tell you there's just too many tracks, brother. I cannot really determine anything from them.
Can I try to get Fluffy to sniff for any significant smells in the
He's not
vicinity?
a tracker as such. I mean, he would be. He's not happy with this place at all. The smell is disgusting for him everywhere, pretty much.
Okay.
Okay. You would find in total about maybe 6 thaler.
I pocket it.
Sure.
Do they still have weapons on them?
Yes, they do have weapons. However, the weapons have been lying here for quite a while, which means they are quite damaged. The wood is starting to rot, and the iron is rusted.
And they have no like backpacks or anything like that, or
You can see now.
okay.
Did we see Kavera pocket the money?
Don't know. Give me a vigilance check, maybe.
Okay.
With the minus from her.
Yes, the minus of from his
Nope. Even without the minus.
Okay. Actually, you might have a plus. What's your discreet, Kvarik?
Let's see here. My discreet is 7.
So you get a +3, actually.
I laughed before I make the roll, but let's just see.
It's still a fail.
All right, I succeed quite a bit.
So you see Kvarek very obviously, without
Okay,
please
some things.
pocket some coins that he must have been found on the dead.
All right, I won't
gonna say-
confront him right out. I'll just. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say Damien doesn't even. I'm just gonna have him watching the hole. That's all he's doing. So he's not even gonna
Yeah.
notice it all.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll wait for a second so that I'm sure that he collected everything. And just as the others are probably at some point discussing the plan or whatnot, I'll just approach him and say, how much did you get?
Not much. Just a couple coins.
All right, so give him half of it, and I'll remain silent.
I just kind of give you an odd look, and just push past you as I rejoin the others.
All right, people. I think everything should be spread fair and square, right? We'll be fine.
See, Damien kind of looks. Huh? What do you mean?
I mean,
Like I said, it was only a couple of silver. Couple
of
shillings.
silver. So that's like quarter, half a silver for each, right? And I stare you down as like, give us each a quarter of what you found. Punk. But it's just in my eyes, you know.
What's happened?
You stole from the dead, and Helaban makes again a sign to ward of evil.
Waste not, want not.
You just collected what's
It's a little
rightfully
low.
ours, I suppose.
What's
Are you-
rightfully mine? I found it.
I point towards the stitches on the back of your neck and say, well, this is rightfully mine. Do you want me to take it away? Come on, don't be such a wuss. Give us all our fair share. We don't want more than that.
You all act like children over a few coins.
Sometimes a few coins is the difference between survival and dying from hunger.
He kind of just shakes his head. If you wish to argue over coins, that is fine, but do it later. We have a more pressing matter.
Indeed.
All right, I won't argue over coins. And look at you as like spit in your general direction at your feet.
You say
Wait,
I'm
you
the
spit at
savage.
me.
At your feet, yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking to me.
I immediately, my eyes just kind of narrow slightly.
Well, my eyes are already at their narrowest.
Show respect, boy.
Respect to someone who's about to die anyway. Come on. And also steals and doesn't share. Get lost. Old man.
All right. At that point, Kvarek will just step forward and throw a punch.
Excellent.
All right.
So you're attacking with your accurate.
Can I try to bodyguard that?
You're not close enough at the moment.
Okay.
So we have
-2.
So what is your defense?
-2 for him.
So it's
It's a 12. Yeah.
Yeah, then it is -2. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. I got a 7.
It's a hit, and it's 1d4 damage.
That's a 2.
Okay, roll the armor. The roll.
That's a 4.
Okay, so he punches you in the chest, sort of, but nothing happens. Your armor protects you.
So I stand where he is and I like shout at his face. Is all you got? Is that for a few coins you go and attack a friend in the wilderness? Are you so low, you piece of... Then I start cursing at him.
Damien just immediately bolts from where he is and gets in the middle. Stop! This is ridiculous. Here, and I pull out like 2 Trawler. Take it. I don't care. We have something more important to deal with.
I know, but it's not about your money. It's about honor and friendship.
Yes,
and
yes,
this,
all that. Apparently he doesn't care, but he's helping us kill a monster.
And this old man is no longer anything to me.
That's fine. You can ignore him, but he's going to help us.
I really care now.
I turn to Kavark. I thought you were older and wiser than to hit others who are helping you.
I've lived far too long to be talked down to by some snot-nosed punk. Do you know how many of street trash like yourself I've put in the ground? I will not be spoken to in such a way.
Are you talking to Damien?
No, I'm talking to.
Okay.
No, I'm not talking to you.
I turn my back to you and say, "It only takes one."
Oh man.
Hold your tongue, guys. What do you think you're doing here in the wilderness, where the spirits are already disturbed? And I eye them both with a bit disgusted look.
Listen, Kavark, just let it go. We have something else to deal with. If you want to have an issue with him later, that's fine, but we need to... That's out here killing people, and he points to the dead bodies.
Fine. I wave Forel off.
As they all seem pretty preoccupied, did anyone actually take the Thala, or did Damien just throw them on the ground?
No, they're still in his hand. He just held them out.
I just held them out. He didn't take them, so I just clutched my hand and put it back.
So Okay.
As you are, it's like looking at each other, you realize that Fluffy's staring off into the forest.
Fluffy, what's the matter, boy? And I look in the same direction as him.
Nothing to be seen there.
I just sort of walk that direction with my sword out. Not quiet, very, very upfront and kind of clanking.
Give me a vigilance check.
Okay.
Yeah, wearing a helmet, full plate helmet, is not always good.
Oh, well, I tie my vigilance. So
okay, excellent. So that's a success.
Okay.
You don't see anything there, but looking at the ground, you see what looks to be very fresh tracks. Like, very fresh.
My head just kind of looks down. I look back to the others. Very, very new tracks. But I kind of just start following them as best I can. I'm not a tracker, but
you wouldn't really be able to follow them, I'm afraid.
Okay.
You just barely succeeded, and you're not really a tracker. So you're just like, oh, someone or something was standing here. Your snow is disturbed, basically. Like, and it looks like it was recent. That's all you can say, really.
I do my best not to step on them.
Do we at least get the general direction of the tracks?
Oh, you can try. It's just I was talking to Damien. Damien doesn't know.
Yeah, I just I want to judge by the way that the point that he saw them. So my idea is to climb a tree.
Okay.
Next to that direction and try to look from somewhere above, see if I see anything in the distance, like anything like
you wouldn't be able to see very far. You're still in the forest.
Yeah. So I'm looking for the highest tree then.
Okay, sure. There's a few higher trees around, yeah. That would be a strong check to climb them.
All right. So after the first few branches, I just give up.
Okay, you just try climbing up and slide back down.
It looks ridiculous.
In the meantime, I'm walking over to Damien and also try to get a look of the tracks he claimed to have found.
Go for it.
And that would be a vigilant check,
Yes.
which I fail miserably.
No idea.
Mhm.
You see, there's fresh tracks, but you cannot read them or follow them.
Foral, get over here. I think you're the best tracker of us, aren't you?
Yeah, as long as you're not gonna help me climb the tree, I probably should take a look at the tracks from, up
Okay.
close.
What is it with you and climbing? First Fluffy, now a tree.
A man has to try everything, otherwise he's not lived, right?
Well, then you probably should go south and climb the Titans for all I care.
Someday I'll find something easy to climb, I suppose, and then I'll claim it a victory. But yeah, I'll go and look at the trees, the tracks.
The tracks are so fresh, I'll actually give you a +2.
All right, then it's a plus, and I'm calling it before I rolled it, +7. So a 7 success.
Okay. Tracks very, very recent, couple minutes old, probably, maybe a bit more. A single creature, person, 2-legged, maybe even human, you're not quite sure. Very human-like, for sure. And it seems to have been approaching from a, it seems to have been approached, have approached a clearing from sort of a southeasterly direction and has returned into the same direction.
Mm-hmm.
Moving fairly fast, from what you can tell, like running or jogging at least.
So the tracks are fresh,
Yes.
boys, and I think we need to get into battle formation. Basically, Klarik and Demon at the front, and me and Halabon taking out the rear.
Okay. And if Damien, he said if the tracks are fresh, if we run, we might be able to catch him.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
So Damien kind of like takes off. If you give me a direction, you'll start jogging that direction.
Yep, I point you in the direction.
Kvarik will be right behind Damien.
All right.
As best a run as you can in the heavy armor.
So are you are you running as fast as you can, or are you just are you trying to stick together? What are you doing?
I was trying to imagine like two files. Like the first file is the knight and the sellsword, and the second file is me, the archer, and the witch man.
Sure. Okay. Then
Relatively close to each other.
all of you roll me quick checks.
If everyone agrees, of course, to that kind of formation. If you
Yeah,
think of
sounds
anything
good.
better.
Well, Damien is not very fast in his armor. What a surprise.
Huh. It said a 4. That's weird. And it said a 17. That's weird. Okay, whatever.
Oh,
that was-
14
okay.
I failed.
Okay.
I made my quick check.
So the only one who succeeds is actually Thorel. The rest is like, and you're like, oh my god, that's not how you move in a forest. They're like looking at the people. They're just like stumbling around, like hitting every single roof and like every single root and every single bush and every single like low hanging branch. Basically, this is very little chance that it'll catch up to anyone, except if this creature is like super wounded and like half crippled.
So was it like a group check, or maybe at some point I realized that these people are too slow, and the advantages of us keeping our formation far outweigh the disadvantages of us not catching up with
Pretty much.
I pray is.
You're the
Alright,
only
so-
one who can move fast in the forest.
So at this point, I decide like, all right, I'll just quickly dash around the trees, around the first line, and just dash up in front of them and trying to just keep up with whatever our prey may be.
So you're trying to leave the group behind, or?
Oh yeah, someone has to catch up to this
Okay,
creature.
so you're running.
By might.
You see, you guys see Thorol overtaking you, and then just with like a smirk and a slightly disgusted look at the three of you who are like stumbling around, disappearing into the forest. They're starting to pull ahead, disappearing into the trees.
Well, I and Fluffy try our best to at least catch up to Damien and Kvarek.
That you manage.
And then, well, guys, do you think we should try to catch up to him?
Should try to at least keep pace and see him, keep an eyesight. That's all.
Already
That's all
gone.
Damien's trying to do. Oh, okay. He just keeps going as hard as he can in the general direction.
Right. Like you can just
Well,
your sight, because you're wearing your helmet, is like nothing, then a little bit of wood, nothing, then a little bit of forest because the helmet is like bobbing up and down.
Damien gives up on seeing. He went that way. He just kind of tucks his head and sprints.
Yeah, right. That's a good idea.
well, at least if he does indeed manage to find Frostclaw, I suppose we at least hear him scream. And we try
Good
to
a guide as any.
And we're trying to keep our pace as good as possible.
You're trying to follow him. Like he's running, so his footprints are obvious enough, so even that you guys who are not very familiar with tracking can follow him without problems, basically. Now, however, Thorol, you've left the group behind for quite a bit, and you've been now jogging for about 10-15 minutes or so, and you realize you're slowly approaching the edge of the forest. And you can see, in fact, in front of you, the forest ending, and that little line of hills that you have seen before, with those like rocks and such sticking out, slowly pushing into your field of vision. And you realize you must be moving, like you're moving basically east. And if you continue on this path, you will reach the mansion, or at least the manor, or at least the area close to it. And then you see movement ahead, and you see a figure maybe about 100 yards away from you, ducking in between the rocks.
The rocks of the mansion wall?
No. There's like a small
just
like
hills formation
between you and the manor. You can't see the manor because there's like a hill or two hills in between you and the manor, and the hills are at the edge of the forest basically. And you're now approaching those hills. The hill might even be the wrong, they're like very small hills. But
Are they like crags or?
Not quite sure what a crag is. I'm not
Okay.
but like imagine very
small rocky hills with like
exactly
holes within them. All right. So do I or do I not kind of make sure which crag he disappears into?
You saw where he was. That the figure was like humanoid-ish and like brownish. So you call like a quick darting brown humanoid shape disappearing. But there he was, he or she and it.
So I have a glimpse and I can use my beast lore? That's what you're saying?
No, it's too quick a glimpse to use any kind of lore. It looked humanoid. That's all you could say, pretty much.
So, is there like still a little bit of snow on the ground?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
I'm going to make a cross, like a huge cross, on the snow, on like the very edge of the tree line.
Okay.
And I'm going to try climbing one of the trees on the edge of the tree line to get like a vantage point.
Sure.
And this time I succeed with my strong check.
Finally, you managed to climb a tree and sit
I
up
climbed
there.
something, yay, woo.
12, 15 feet above ground, basically, looking towards those hills. There is no movement to be seen there, however.
All right, just mentally keeping in mind where this thing disappeared, and I'm waiting for the others to catch up and hopefully see the sign on the ground and stop.
Yeah, they will do that. I mean, you're also not very hidden, so they might even spot you. But it will take another like 5 minutes or so for them to show up finally. A little out of breath, especially Damien with his armor.
Yeah. When Damien finally shows up, he kind of strips and fumbles in the snow and just kind of kneels down and falls on one arm.
I slowly climb down and say, "You see that crack? I saw that creature. It was brown. It was bipedal. It was furry, and it went that way, straight inside." So how about
Well-
keeping back formation, putting ourselves back into formation and following it?
Damien,
Well, if you don't run off on us again, why not?
It was more like you're lagging behind, and otherwise we would have missed it. But okay,
Damien
I
stands
waited
up
for you, right?
and he'll take his helmet off and take a drink from his water skin.
Well, we ran after you as fast as we all could.
Yeah, and a little bit of
I
thanks is, I think, in order, because I managed to see where it went, and I waited for you. And I'm waiting for my thanks, but probably not getting any.
Well, you are our tracker after all. Good job nonetheless. And with that, I just go to Fluffy and pet him a bit.
Yeah,
And also
Fluffy's
give
a
him a
little
bit.
out of not really out of breath. He's like easily he was easily catching, like keeping up with you. Just didn't want to leave your side.
Good boy.
All right, man. Battle formation and head for that crack.
You're moving in, your weapons drawn, and slowly push your way past the first rock, and then looking around. Dimian and Kvarek were up front, I presume.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Spot something unexpected. There is a hole in the ground, and looking down into the hole, you see stairs leading underground.
I kind of just point my sword at them. Should we go in?
Oh, that was the
Curious.
crack. So if you want to wait for it outside.
Stairs here in the wilderness?
Damien kind of pulls his sword up and holds it up like that, and then kind of descends down into the stairs.
The stairs look very well built, made of stone, and they're leading downwards into a tunnel, a man-made tunnel for sure. Tunnel is
Right.
nearly completely dark. There's a little bit of light coming down the stairs now, but it's not enough to really see much, I'm afraid. It seems just about wide enough for two people to stand like next to each other, basically.
I follow with Fluffy in tow directly behind Damien.
Yeah.
And as it gets darker and darker outside, do we have torches?
I don't know.
I think, are they part of the basic package?
I don't know. Let me see.
I don't.
No, they're not. No torches.
Oh, dang it. So, we don't have any light sources.
I don't know. Look at your inventories.
Well, I, for one, don't have any. Pharrell, do you mind getting down here? I think...
So I have something called camp equipment.
Yes,
I
that's a bedroll, cooking utensils, some firewood, some flint and steel, a rope, and a water skin.
Ah,
well, if we have flint and steel, we could improv a
light
torch.
some firewood?
Yeah, you could improv a torch, like make a makeshift. It wouldn't last very long. It would only last a couple minutes, probably. But yeah.
Okay, with that, as I also have the basic camping equipment, I try to improvise a torch out of it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you snuff off a branch, and you use flint and steel to light it up. You're holding it up now. As I said, it probably only lasts like 10 minutes or so, but still, for now, you have light.
guys, what about you? Foral, you have quite sharp senses, haven't you?
Yes.
So, are you also coming down the stairs, or?
Oh yeah, sure. Very shortly after the first line, I'm coming along with you. Or if you want to be with your bear, I'll probably form like a third line or something. And yeah, as long as you have any sort of light, that probably is good enough for me. I don't need to light anything light source myself, as long as there's one somewhere around.
Well, I hold the torch high and let Fluffy walk beside me. And yeah, so Damien and Querek, are you going in the first line, or?
Yeah, Damien would be up front as much as possible.
How wide is this opening?
The tunnel itself is about wide enough for 2 people to stand next to each other.
Okay, I'll be right next to Damien then.
Okay, so you're like shoulder to shoulder, weapons drawn, pushing
Yeah.
in. Behind you is Halaban holding his makeshift torch, basically, and then Fluffy is next to him, lumbering along. And then at the very back, we have Thoral with his bow. And you're moving down this corridor, and the corridor is moving, what Thoral would say, pretty much exactly east. It's long, straight stone corridor. There doesn't seem to be any intersections. It doesn't swerve off to any direction. It's just a long, straight corridor.
Did we see the mansion before we got down into the corridor?
No, there is the hill was still between. You would have had to climb to the top of the hill to see the mansion.
Okay, and can we gather from the positions where we were and where we went, roughly that we are moving towards the mansion?
Could be, yeah. It's very possible.
Okay. Guys,
I believe, yeah, if you asked me, I believe I saw from the tree line that it's like possibly the same direction. So yeah,
so
I confirm that it's possibly something like that.
So you too, Foral. That's interesting. I think we're moving back towards the mansion.
Yes.
Maybe some sort of underground cellar leads out to the forest.
Probably. Getting bored at the back. Can I use my keen senses to try to determine something about the hallway? Something maybe about how frequently such a corridor has been visited, like by the probably amount of moss that has been gathered?
Sure. Give me a cunning check.
Sorry, what kind?
A cunning check.
Cunning. Yeah. Just about like one.
It doesn't look like it's been used very heavily, but there is some use.
Mm-hmm. Well, it smells suspicious, friends.
You do also detect very faintly this bad smell that you have smelled before.
Smells like the same reek of the burrow we found earlier. So be on your toes. I whisper towards the front line.
That was from the burrow. I thought it was you.
I turned to... Go ahead.
Does Fluffy also smell the or sense the smell?
He would, yeah.
Okay. So as Foral mentions the smell, I bid Fluffy to try to locate the smell, or more or less notice and check whether the smell is really there and whether it's getting stronger or weaker.
Give me a vigilance check first, Fluffy.
Mm-hmm. And nope.
he doesn't really, he isn't really able to say.
Okay.
Okay, so as you push forward, you walk for a good 5 minutes or so through this corridor. It's a long, as I said, straight corridor, and it ends in a door, a heavy wooden door. However, you see that this door has some scratch marks on it, quite deep scratch marks all over the door.
I try to like push it open with my sword.
Give me a strong check. It's quite a heavy door.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
By a lot.
You use the tip of your sword, and the door swings slowly inwards. And you see beyond you, beyond the door, is a dark room that seems to be some sort of basement area. And beyond that room is another room. There's a doorway leading into another room, and there is light, torchlight, or maybe candlelight. It's a flicker, like a flickering light.
I kind of take the lead and head into the room first, and look back at everyone, then head in.
Okay. Give me a discreet checks, everyone.
Ooh.
Paveril is right behind you as you go through the door.
Oh. I fail miserably, and Fluffy also fails.
I fail.
Okay, so you are
I
very
fail.
loud as you enter the room. Okay, cool. Everyone.
At this point, probably it doesn't matter if I succeeded, but
Well, actually, kind of does.
oh, okay.
Do you succeed?
Yeah, with 3.
Okay. As you stomp into the room, really, there's no other way to put this. You can hear a woman's voice going, "Who's there? What is this? Picard?" And those of you who have met Lady Vernell recognize her voice.
Lady Vanel, what are you doing here? Move quickly towards the light.
Okay, you step in and you come into a room, and you see the room is fairly large. It's some sort of underground chamber, and there's several torches on the walls lighting up the room. And you can see Lady Vernell is sitting in a heavy chair, sort of with her side towards you. She's staring at you in shock. Her eyes are wide open, and you can see her form is basically wrapped in like a blanket that's wrapped around her, and she's sitting at a large table that holds all kinds of weird things. It basically looks like an alchemist shop. In sort of, there's like bubbles, like bottles with different colored liquids, and there's a few small fires burning. One of the bottles is like bubbling, and there is also several odd bits and pieces that you're not quite sure what they're supposed to be, just lying around the table. And there is also a weird a reddish silver sphere that hovers in the air above the table, about maybe the size of 2 hands put together like this. And it's slowly sort of moving. It looks like basically a large drop of liquid that's slowly moving around itself, this reddish silver liquid, and floating in the air over the table.
Madam, what sort of sorcery is this? And I have my sword up.
What? How dare you come into here? This is... You're not supposed to be here.
What are you doing here? What are you are sick. Why are you here? What is this?
Yeah.
Are we also following or
Yes, you're all
walking in?
stepping out. Well, I don't know if you're following or not. That Demian is the
Yeah.
only one who's stepped out into the light so far. It's up to you if you want to join him or not.
Yeah, I just walk directly behind him with Fluffy on my side.
Yeah.
And as I see this, what are you doing here? And can I try to recognize what she's actually doing with what I know about witchcraft?
You can give me a cunning check. See.
Okay. And oh,
You have absolutely no idea. You're like standing there, slightly stunned by everything, like a little overwhelmed, and just like wide-eyed, looking around. And Fluffy just standing next to you, just like also sniffing and confused, and just. Yeah, Thorol is standing. Okay, staying in the dark. What about Kvarek?
I've stepped out into the light. I kind of point my sword at her. You have some explaining to do, wench.
Dare you speak to me like that?
Kvarek, though she may be in the wrong, she's still a lady.
I am the lady of this house. I demand that you leave.
Madam, I believe
while
that
she's talking, I still have my bow drawn and the arrow at the ready, and I just try to shoot directly at the strangely rotating. The sphere is not directly before her, right?
No, it's off to one side, sort of above. There's like a silver tray or something on the table, and it's sort of like hovering above that.
Okay, so I try to shoot directly at the sphere.
Okay, go for it.
And yes, indeed, with 4 levels of success.
Okay, your arrow flies past her. She's like, ah! And you as she leaps backward into the chair. It's a very heavy chair, but it's nonetheless nearly topples. However, as she does so, you can see her left arm is sort of pulled out from under the blanket, and you can now see her arm, the naked arm underneath, is covered with these reddish veins that are sort of running right under her skin.
Oh.
And as the arrow flies past her, she's like, ah! Following the arrow, and the arrow hits this liquid or whatever it is, and just like disappears inside, and it's gone. What are you doing? And she sort of covers her arm up with the blanket again. You're not supposed to be here. You need to leave.
You need to explain.
And you need to relog.
What kind of magic is this? And can I try to recognize the reddish veins?
No, you have. Yes, definitely. The reddish veins are a sign of corruption. You have heard of these things before. Some of corruption is mental, some corruption is physical.
Okay, so as I do notice without a roll, I tell this, or I say this towards Damien and Cavera. Guys, did you see those reddish veins on her arm? This is a sign of the corruption of Dark Devokar.
What sort of magic are you doing, madam?
You don't understand. I'm only trying to help him.
I ready another arrow.
Where is he?
You should leave. Leave us alone. I can help him. I can help us both.
Who are you talking about? Your husband?
Yes.
Damien kind of sits there and he kind of starts putting 2 and 2 together. Like, I believe the monster.
He's not a monster.
The man.
Where is he?
She looks around, and you can see there's a hallway that leads away, like behind her. There's a hallway, and she looks down that hallway, and she says, "Leave now. We do not. I can help him. I can help us both. Just leave us alone. We don't need you here. You're not supposed to be here. Go back."
The Duke has offered a bounty of 100 gold pieces for the death of this creature.
This
Can you do
monster
better?
has killed many. I cannot, in all good conscience, leave it. I apologize. And I start heading down that hallway.
As you are stepping past her, she says, no, you can't do that. As she reaches one hand out and she says, Nias, nie werde ich so teuer. Points at you. Give me a resolute check with -4.
Ooh.
Demian.
Nope.
Okay, so you feel a burning hot sensation, as if a piece of hot coal has been pressed to the side of your skull, and you feel this like everything goes wobbly in front of your eyes. You stop, and you're just like trying to get your bearing, but everything's moving around you, and you guys can just see Demian stopping and just like holding one hand to the side of his head and just like basically all of a sudden acting as he was really, really drunk, like standing there and hardly keeping his feet underneath him.
I rush
Damien
forward
actually
and
kinda-
drive my sword through her chest.
As he does that, you hear
When I see
sorry, go ahead.
Damien react in such pain, I charge forward and just impale her through the chest.
As soon as you step forward, you hear a growling breath coming from the corridor beyond that Demian was facing. And we are moving into initiative. Thorval, you're up first.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You've heard all this, but you haven't really seen the room yet because you've been sort of behind in the darkness around the corner, so to speak. But you have a general idea of what's going on because you've heard the voices and everything.
So can I then step a little bit further up so that I can see within the room?
Yes, definitely.
And then wait until because I didn't see the woman cast the spell, right?
You heard a female voice, and there's only one woman in the room.
All right, so then and then I see my friends like reeling. What the fuck is going on?
Like,
right?
wobbling around, basically.
Oh, then I suppose I will probably shoot the woman then.
Okay, go for it. Her defense is +3.
So that's gonna miss.
What? Really?
Oh yeah. I rolled a 19.
Oh, well, still a miss. Okay, yeah. You're like, for a brief moment, because this room is much brighter than the darkness you were standing in, you're blinded, and you just like take a shot, but you're bright. Your sharp senses this very moment are working against you, and the arrow misses and hits the wall next to her or behind her and ricochets off. Okay, that was Thorol's turn. Halaban.
As I see her casting and recognize at least part of it as magical working, I try to release my arrow directly at her throat.
Okay.
So that would be... And, yep.
Okay, roll damage.
This is 1d8.
Yes.
And 7.
Okay, wow. She shouts out as your arrow buries itself deeply into her flesh, right like where her neck meets her body, and a lot of blood comes pouring out. Okay, she maintains concentration. That was Halaban's turn. Fluffy's up next.
Well, and Fluffy also lunges forward and tries to give her a big sweeping strike with his claw.
Okay.
And it would be... Yep, that hits.
Hit. Roll damage.
And 1d6. Whoa!
Okay. Fluffy leaps up and goes up to his hind legs and slashes at the woman She raises one of her arms, but Fluffy's claws just tear through the arm, break the arm, hit her straight in the face, and knock the chair over that she's sitting on, and tear through her face. And she falls and hits the ground, dead. With the one last shout of pain. And Kvarek, your turn.
I turn in the direction I heard that growl.
Okay. You see a shape standing or coming out of the hallway now. A humanoid shape coming towards you.
Is Damien's in the hallway, right?
No, Damien was walking towards the hallway, but he didn't quite get there.
Right. I rush into the entrance of the hallway, my shield up, my sword ready.
Okay.
Come at me, beast!
Damien, you have been released from the spell holding you. It is now your turn.
Yeah, Damien kind of hits his helmet a little bit, shakes it off, and looks up. What does he see? Does he see the form?
No, at the moment, Kvarek is filling the back of Kvarek is filling the entrance to the hallway, basically.
Okay, it's only like one person wide, so I couldn't get next to him.
Yeah, no, this is a narrower hallway. And you do see, however, next to you, you see a Lady Vernell with her face slashed open by bear claws lying on the ground.
He kind of looks there. And then Kvarek, move back. Let him into the room so we can both hit him. And he'll stand there. As soon as he sees the beast and gets an opening, he's going to hit. If he can hold an action. But
yeah, I'll let you do that.
okay.
Lord Alvan, or Frostclaw, now leaps forward and leaps into the light. And Kvarek, and both you and Damien see this figure dressed in what looks to be basically a brown like fur wrapped around. At first you think the fur is part of the creature, but it's actually not. The fur is just wrapped around its form like some sort of cloak. And you can see a face twisted, a human face, a man's face, but twisted. One eye larger than the other one. And there's these weird veins going through his face. His nose is just slits as if the nose has retreated backwards into the body. And you can see patches of scales, of scaly skin, pushing his way through his own skin. And one arm with massive claws bursts out from under this fur that he's wrapped in and slashes at you with blistering speed. That will be one single attack against you with a -5. Correct.
All right, hang on.
Bodyguard that?
No, because you can't get into...
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's a -5 to my...
Yes, to your defense.
Okay. Let's see here. I barely failed that.
You get your shield up, but the creature is too fast. You misjudged it, and the claw slashes into your armor. Roll me an armor.
Let's see here. Armor is what again?
Whatever it says. I think it's a D10 for you.
I think it's D8. That's what it says at the notes at the top.
Yeah, I have the D10 because I have the...
oh, okay, right. Right.
Ability
for you.
I rolled a 3.
You take 5 damage.
Okay, shit.
As the claw cuts into your chest through the armor, ripping through it and leaving behind a nasty cut. What's your... what is your
Pain
what's
threshold.
it called? Your toughness? God damn it.
Pain threshold.
I'm at 4
Yes,
toughness now.
pain threshold. What's your pain threshold?
6.
And you have just taken 5 damage. Okay, so it's not above your pain threshold. So it hurts a lot. This creature's claw has cut into you with massive force, ripping through the armor nearly as if it wasn't there. And the face is looking at you, just does this. That was the creature's turn. Lady Vernell is dead. Thoral.
All right. Let's shoot again, and this time hopefully hit something. -5, you said?
You're attacking the creature?
Oh, there's only thing, and I can attack.
That is true. No, its defense actually +1. However, because there's 2 of your allies in between you and it, I will give you -2. So in total, it's a -1.
All right. And if I roll a 20, I hit one of them, right?
That could happen, yes.
Possibly the hurt one. Just kidding. It's a 3, so that's a definite hit.
Go for it. Yes, nice. Your arrow flies past both your friends.
Just like in between their ears, like.
Right.
That's a 2.
But as the arrow hits the creature, it just ricochets off, hitting one of the scaly patches of skin and breaks.
Damn it. I retreat a little with my movement.
Okay, I pull out another arrow, but instead of firing, I start weaving mystical gestures and Hagarach, Nagarach, and cast Lava Boil.
Nice.
So, resolute? Yep, that does it. So it is 1d4 damage,
Yes.
and it ignores armor.
Okay. So 1 damage?
Yep,
Okay.
1 damage on the creature.
That sadly doesn't do anything. It just seems to shake it.
It ignores armor.
I know.
Okay. And it is also an ongoing effect.
Yep, I know.
Until I fail a resolute modified by strong from the second turn onwards.
Yep.
Okay. Well, and Quarek still is within the entry, right?
Yes, Quarek is still in the entry. He has not had a turn yet.
So can Fluffy try to hit the creature past him, or
no? No, Fluffy does not have range as such. He cannot get through this.
Okay, so Fluffy just stands in position next to Damien and bides his time.
Okay, Quarek, your turn.
If I try and back out, it's going to get an attack of opportunity,
Yes,
right?
unless you use your combat action to disengage, but then you can't attack.
All right, well, I'm going to attack. Go all in.
All right, swinging your longsword at the creature, or stabbing it, basically. It has a defense of +1, so you add +1 to your accurate, which I believe is a 16 for you then.
Yep, I fail. Gosh, dang it.
Wow, the creature reaches up and sweats your blade away with its claws.
Ugh.
You know what?
All my years of experience for naught.
Get out of there.
Back up.
What do you want to do?
Do I still have a movement action?
Yes,
right?
you have your move action. You use your combat action, so you still have your move action. You can back away. That will provoke an attack of opportunity, but you can definitely do so.
Yeah, in the face of this oncoming onslaught, I quickly try and back out of the hallway.
All right, the creature will, of course, slash at you. However, because you're backing away... Exactly. Roll me a resolute check. However, you have seen that this creature can rip through armor.
Yep. It don't matter.
But you are brave. You are brave and leap in, and you will take the hit. So roll armor instantly, leaping in, protecting Quarek.
I'm not afraid to get killed.
So
So
4 damage from the creature's slash across your arm. And also relog real quick for me.
Did the creature leap out of the entrance, or is now Damien blocking it?
No, Damien is blocking it. Well, not blocking it as such, but Damien and Quarek are now standing in front of the creature, basically, just out of its attack reach.
Okay, and can Fluffy get, if he moves to the side of them, to the creature to also hit it, or is there not enough room?
If he had movement, or if he had enough stuff left to do things with.
He actually has, as he's biding his time.
Yes, but you cannot hold movement, your movement and your combat action, and then do them at any given time.
Okay, so he did use up his movement action to get to them.
Yes, exactly. So he doesn't have movement
that
he can use to move into position.
But he should have the combat action left.
He has some combat action left, but he's not in range to attack.
Yeah, but you can transform the combat action into movement action, right?
That's true. Yeah, he can do that.
Okay, so then he just steps on the left side of Damien and also towards the creature.
Okay, so the three of them are now basically facing him.
And even though my bodyguard, I still get my attack, right?
Yeah,
My
yeah,
turn
of
next?
course. The bodyguard is a reaction, I believe, and
Okay, cool.
of which you have an infinite amount in this system. There's no you can
Nice.
take 1,000 reactions every turn if you want to. So yeah, that's your turn then, Demian.
All right, so I jump in, I take the hit, and then I retaliate. We'll see if I can actually
With
hit
a
him.
+1.
Oh, then I definitely hit him.
All right, a great sword chopping down.
6.
Nice. Yeah, this time, for the first time, you actually see the creature hurt. As you chop into its flesh, it raises an arm, but you chop into the arm. Rip your sword back out, and there's this brackish, stinking blood now running out of the creature's wound. This abomination wound.
Yeah, and I spin the sword back and put it back up like this.
However, because you've hurt the creature,
Ooh.
the blood itself, from the wound comes this freezing mist. And you feel the cold seeping into your bones as the temperature in the room plummets within a few seconds by like 15, 20 degrees. Let's see how this actually works. You must make a defense check. Demian.
What is the, I probably make it.
Yeah, you do. You manage to dodge the stream of cold that is coming your way.
All right.
And that was your turn, Demian. The creature now, looking in between Demian and Kvarek, senses Kvarek's weakness and leaps after him to cut him apart. Just going for the face with the claws. So, Kvarek.
Yes.
Give me a defense check.
Is it minus
five.
anything?
Minus 5.
Minus, oh god.
The creature is fast.
Oh my goodness, I got a 1. Huh.
You bring your shield up, and the creature's claw scratches across the shield. But you're still alive. Thorel.
Can a arrow actually pass through all this
You can.
juncture?
It can.
Still at
you
a
have-
-1?
I'll give you the -2, so in total -1 in total, yes.
A hit.
Excellent.
Come on. Oh, this time a 9.
9? Wow.
Yep.
Nice. The creature takes the arrow straight into the chest, and it just goes very deep. The arrow has penetrated all the way, come out at the back, now stuck deep into the creature's ribcage. That was Thorol's turn. Halaban.
Yep. So first of all, the resolute check.
Yes, indeed. With modified by the creature's strong.
Yep. Which is a
Let me see. It has a strong of 11, so -1.
okay. That I make easily with
Okay.
4 levels of success.
Yes.
So
you still uphold your
takes-
Lava Boil.
Yep. 3 damage on the creature.
Okay. Again, nothing happens. Whatever this magic does not seem to have much effect on the creature, as it just shakes it off.
Okay. With that, I lose my arrow directly on the creature's head.
Go for it. It's a -1 total. 8.
Yep, I do make it,
Okay. Roll damage.
which is with the bow 1d8. 7 damage.
Wow, nice. The creature looks very heavily injured now as a second arrow flies past you and strikes it in the cheek, disappearing in the inside of its mouth. It snaps the arrow off with its claw hand, Fluffy.
Yeah, Fluffy also tries, gets on his hind legs and tries to maul the creature, and I think he does get advantage, does he?
No, because the creature is not flanked.
Okay.
All three enemies are standing like in front of it, more or less.
Okay.
There's not enough
Can
space.
Fluffy move a bit forward to stand beside the creature?
Yes, but that wouldn't really change much because there's no one standing on the other side.
Okay, so it is not. Anyways,
He can move past it to move around, but that would provoke an attack of opportunity to the creature.
yeah, and also probably use up both his actions, right?
Yes.
Okay, so no, he just steps forward to the side of the creature,
Okay.
rears up on his hind legs, and tries to maul it.
All right.
Which is. Oh, definitely a hit.
Yeah, definitely.
And
Roll damage.
D6. 3.
The Fluffy slashes at the creature, but its claws just bounce off its flesh, leaving no trace. Kvarek. Barely surviving that last attack. The creature's now like its claw still pushing into your shield.
I hold steady and I stab over my shield.
Nice. A +1.
Goodness me, if this was a D&D game, good God. I got a 19.
No, the creature ducks out of the way of your blades that flies past over its shoulder. Dimian.
So, can I like just bull rush it and knock it on the ground and then run behind it so I could be flanking it? Like just kind of charge it and knock him on his ass?
You
Just
can
be a strong?
That would be an opposed strong check, yes.
Okay.
So that's a
Yeah.
the creature has a strong of 11, which means you roll a strong check with -1.
Let's do it. So I'm gonna try and just koosh, knock him on his ass. Oh no. Damn. Okay.
You
Never mind.
push it, but the creature just flings you backwards.
Ugh. All right. That's it for me then, right?
Pretty much.
All right. Cool.
And because you have done this, actually no, the creature will now turn into Fluffy and slash its claw down onto Fluffy, trying to eviscerate him. That's a defense check for Fluffy with a -5.
Okay. So his quick is 13, and nope. However, I take half the damage he will get.
Okay.
Absorb it from him.
Well, you have to roll the armor first.
Yep. I just wanted to announce. So he takes. Yeah.
So he takes 5 points. Yes, 5 points.
Okay. So I can absorb half of it.
Yes. So half is like what, 2 or 3? You can choose.
I take 3.
Okay, so you take 3 damage through your mystical connection to your familiar, and Fluffy only takes 2 damage. And we are back up to Thorel.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can finish it.
Oh my god. The D20, I rolled them together. The D20 is a 1, and the D10 is a 10.
Oh, and a D4.
Oh, okay, yeah. Come on. Yeah, just a 3.
Okay, so that's 13 in total, I believe.
Yep.
Okay, finish it.
All right. Through one of the eyes, I believe.
The large one or the small one?
The large one. Yeah, not that good. Yeah, just basically goes out from the back of the cranial cavity with just a bit of the brain itself, and it just spurs out, making sure that all that splurge of brain matter and blood and everything just goes to the back, just like a shot through the head, and it just topples over. And
and then it just topples backwards, unmoving. Although you see these weird veins that it has like through his face and such are still pulsing. However, the creature's not moving anymore. And is dead.
All right. Damien will double tap the creature just to be super sure.
Sure. So what do you want to do?
I just come up with my sword and just cleave it in the head.
All right, just straight to the face.
Double tap.
And as you do so, roll me a defense check.
Awesome. Yep. All good on this end.
Okay, that is a success, I believe. As
Yep.
this spraying white mist comes out of its head, but you leap backwards just in time to avoid it.
Okay.
Then the mist just sort of slowly dissipates, leaving a little bit of frost behind in the room.
I sheathe my sword and I kind of look at Damien. I think I owe you my thanks, sir. You may have saved my life.
He kind of lifts his mask up and smiles. You can see a small scratch where it kind of got through his face mask and his helmet's a little cut in one area. No problem. I do
I'm
that
getting
any
too
day.
old for this shit.
Yeah, you said you were gonna retire, right?
Yeah.
And he even survived.
Well, that's probably for the best. Fluffy trots back to me, and I try to cast Lay on Hands on myself and Fluffy again.
Sure.
So first, myself. It works, and that is... Oh, damn it. Okay. Then Fluffy.
Okay, well, actually, you don't really need to roll this because the adventure is coming to an end at the moment anyway. The only question is, do you want to leave through the tunnel? Or do you want to leave, like, go upstairs, so to speak?
Well,
So what
I
do
would-
you do with this weird floating thing?
Can I try again to make some sense out of it?
No, you have no idea what this is. This is some sort of magic for sure, but you are completely unfamiliar with it.
Okay.
We should just
Well
burn
then,
this place and leave.
you're just full of good ideas, aren't you? I tried to approach the tray and take the tray and move it and see whether the sphere
As you
will
pick
follow
up
the
the
tray.
tray, the sphere starts slowly swirling a little faster, and then it shrinks down and falls onto the tray, and it crystallizes into this little tear-shaped reddish crystal that's lying in the center of the tray now.
Well, this looks rather interesting. What say you guys?
I say I don't deal with magic for good reason, and I look at the two dead monsters.
I kind of raise an eyebrow and say, "Are you sure you wish to take that? Could corrupt you."
Absolutely. I know how to deal with magic.
Thor was a bit confused. He was thinking that this Duke guy is the guy who is also giving up the prize, and he's asking the others like, "Was that true, or someone else is giving the prize?"
No, the Duke of the land is giving up the prize, not
Yeah, you'd have
not
to
this
excuse me
lower noble.
because I'm really not sure of the way your hierarchy in this land goes. But in that case, well, we're going to need at least some sort of a proof that we caught the bastard.
Damien
Can I
looks for
take-
like some blankets or something to wrap the bodies in.
Yeah, I'll take out the scimitar and I'll say, well,
Whoa,
maybe
whoa, whoa,
perhaps
whoa,
only
whoa,
the
whoa.
head.
Let's just take the whole body, my friends. I mean, I don't want to keep cutting it. Every time we hit it, it made a frost. So we'll just wrap the whole thing and take it to the elder.
Okay, then, as long as you are the one who is going to carry the whole thing.
We could
Indeed,
at
I
least
will.
decapitate the lady of this manor and just take her head.
I believe we could just take both bodies and bury them in the cemetery. seems more appropriate.
We could take its claw.
We could just take the whole thing and bury him. You see,
Well,
he's a
if you
little
wish,
annoyed.
But we will
If
need
you-
some proof for the Duke.
if you wish
we
and
take
gonna carry the bodies, then by all means take them.
Yeah.
And I
Damien
take
wraps the whole
a
body.
small leather bag, and with it as sort of glove, try to pocket the tear-shaped crystal.
Okay. You try to grab it, but it doesn't seem to want to be moved away from the tray. You cannot lift it away. It seems to be
Okay.
stuck, like
Okay.
glued to it or something.
So then I just stash bow and quiver and take the whole tray.
Okay. So you take.
Damien will wrap the bodies. Yeah, he wraps them in like bear furs or something, and then carries both of them on one on each shoulder.
Okay, excellent. And you leave the manor by the same way you entered it.
Yes.
Thoro is very interested in where this thing is going, where this corridor is leading. So he would at least try to investigate a little bit further.
It leads into a basement area,
Uh-huh.
like a storage area in a basement, basically.
And his adept sixth sense will probably tell him that this is the general direction of where he slept last night.
Yes.
All right, he doesn't want to have anything to do with these people, since they're not the ones that are giving out the reward. So he will quickly trace back and follow the knight. He wants to make sure that we represent these bodies as the culprits in the end and get our reward. But afterwards, he will want to make sure that they don't get buried, but more like burned.
Yes, that's for sure.
Well, absolutely. We definitely should burn them. However, didn't you... one second. Kvarek, didn't you say that this manor wasn't heavily guarded? We probably could take the few guards that are left here. Maybe we can score even some more riches for us.
Yeah, no.
We're not going to raid a noble house. They may be dead, but the name still means something.
Indeed, and with that, our group retreats, carrying 2 bodies and a curious artifact. Might or might not prove interesting in the future. But for tonight, the adventure is over. The reign of Frostclaw is done. Spring is coming, and another story has been unveiled. And that was our Dark Corners of the Heart one-shot. Thanks, guys, for watching. Yeah, we will see you around. More Symbaroum is coming up. Good night.
Awesome.
And bye-bye.
Sweet.